Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, 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 everybody. Happy Wednesday. Welcome back to Criminality. So sorry that I was running a little bit late. I hit traffic on the way home, and then I was like, there's not really much happening in court. I'm going to grab some breakfast. So I just scarfed that down, and now here Sleuthie and I are.
And I did go get Dunkin' Donuts because I wasn't in a rush either. I bet you we're still going
John's
to
going
end
to
up
be really
live
mad at
anyway.
you. John O'Keefe would be very mad at you getting Dunkin' Donuts.
But I got a medium, so. And here recently, every time I've got one, I've not finished it, so.
No way, Indiana girl. Did you see that? No, I did not see this. We found a goat cam for the cat, and all me and my hubby say now is it's a fucking goat. It's one of my favorite clips of all times. It's a fucking goat. No, it's just a goat. No, it's a fucking goat.
Indiana girl's right. She said he'd only be mad if she gave it to her kids.
Oh, that's true. Okay. That's true. True. Okay, so as everybody knows, we didn't have court yesterday. Rumor has it Karen was sick. Nobody can really quote unquote confirm that because of HIPAA, but I think that's pretty clear that it was probably Karen that was sick. But it could be somebody else that was sick. I have no idea. But it definitely was somebody on her team, and the one that makes the most sense is it being her.
There was a clip of her walking in this morning, and they asked her if she was feeling better, and she gave a thumbs up. And then, of course, another reporter asked if she was feeling better, and she said she feels great. So,
yeah, and I saw a lot of people talking shit like, so the day that the niece is going to testify is the day that she calls in sick.
I couldn't stand it.
That's so stupid. She sat through it last year. She's going to sit through it this year. Like, that has nothing to do with anything, you fucking idiots.
I literally had to, turn off. I was like, I can't. If I see one more person say something so stupid, like that the defense is trying to prolong the children and families' agony, and that she made it so that this would drag on. It's like what? And then they were saying that she tried to hurt herself. They were saying that she ran away. It's like just the most ridiculous shit. And I was so angry because all the court had to say was, someone's not feeling well, someone that has to be here or has a right to be here. We can't proceed without them, and they don't feel well. That's literally all they had to say.
So they did have a scheduling conference, though. I don't know if it could have been something about the motions, but I'm pretty sure it was about scheduling via Zoom. And Jackson was there in his hoodie.
Mm-hmm.
So first things first, they play a couple clips. So we'll watch those before.
Which means that he knew that they weren't going in. So why the court waited till the very last minute to tell the media and everybody else they weren't coming in is beyond me.
Right. Okay.
Hank and his fucking clips. Did he say what the exhibit numbers are?
This one's 20.
I can't hear that at all.
I can't hear that at all. I can't hear it. It's on my computer.
Why are you on Boston 25? Is
never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever
Is Court
I went
TV
to
not on?
I went to Boston 25 because Court TV cut off the beginning of the witness on the stand. They cut off the beginning of his testimony with Lolly, so I was hoping that Boston 25 would have the whole thing.
Oh, well, I couldn't hear that at all.
Yeah, let me flip it.
To document on that occasion.
Yeah, that's fucking loud. Let's go back.
The first clip is 20. The second one is 19.
Yeah. Can't take much more of these videos.
This innuendo here, that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of like a last date only.
Yeah, that still sounds like shit.
John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but
John made it clear to me that I'm never breaking up with you.
you're the best person I've ever.
And then he cuts it off right in the middle of her sentence. He said that she's saying that John told her that she's the best person he's ever been with. Well, I mean, there is something to the fact that he does go back to her. You know what I mean? Like there's like this is their second go round. You know what I mean? Like he went and dated other people and still ends up back with her, which I think I've always thought was kind of interesting, that he must have had, you know, strong feelings for her to go back to her and then do it for a couple of years, you know?
Yeah. Well, and also it's like they fought. He still wanted her to come out. It was so like, if it were true that the relationship had run its course and he was thinking about breaking up with her, he never said that to anybody. Number one.
Nope.
And number
They all
two,
just want to say that.
Yeah, and if that's the case, like he could have she said multiple times, like, if you're over this, if you're done with this, just let me know, blah, blah, blah. And like, he didn't. So.
Well, and they look pretty lovey-dovey. Yeah. They look normal. You know what I mean? They don't look like they're not fighting. There's no issues. They're out just having a good time together.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not buying it. I mean, did they have normal I mean, it would be weird to me if they didn't have like any problems. Like, I think raising kids that are not both of yours at all is likely difficult.
And then the fucking drinking. They both have a drinking problem. Everybody in Canton has a drinking problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we're gonna play that. Now they play clip 20.
Well, and look at the people they're surrounded by. You know.
Yes.
Clip 19.
Who does? That's awesome.
Are we supposed to?
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Right there, cuts it off right in the middle of a sentence again. So that one is, I feel like if John had, I don't feel like John knew about the text with me and Brian. If he had, we probably would have broken up. But I don't think John's feelings towards me were strong, and then cuts off the sentence.
Well, and I
almost want the defense just to start playing these whole things to try to show like, hey,
well, she said they can. They're allowed to. In their case in chief, they're allowed to like play the full. She said that they're able to do, like, they're not usually allowed to do it, obviously, but for this, they are allowed to do it in order to provide context to the clips that he played. So they can't just pick random ones where she's speaking really nicely about John and blah, 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 but they can play to give context to these.
Yeah,
so for instance,
because the fucking Brennan is just cutting shit off right in the middle.
Right. So if they think it's important, they can play the whole clip.
Who just said, I've never watched any of her interviews on Dateline. The only interview of hers I've ever watched was the very first interview she gave before the first trial. That's the only one I've watched. I refused to watch the rest because I didn't want I
I
didn't
don't
want
watch them either.
I didn't want the info before an actual verdict.
Just like I didn't watch whatever the newest one of Koberger is, because I
haven't watched it
literally
either.
don't fucking care. I'm not
I was
stupid.
gonna watch it.
I
I
know
was
what
gonna
they
watch
do.
it. I decided not to.
I think I watched it for like 5 minutes, and it was very like I'm like, how do you know that? Like, we've literally already been there where they've done some stupid shit like that, and then the prosecutor loses his mind because he's like, things are being put out there that are not even going to be presented at trial, and it's like, okay, so, and also they're like showing these weird pictures and all of them are terrible. Everything's terrible, and they somehow have like phone records and like Google searches, and then they started saying things that WSU mom Kim was saying. I was like, okay, no, I'm good.
Okay, I'm done with you. I'm done with you.
I'll just be surprised at trial. Thank you.
Well, I did. I was gonna do a live on it, so I was gonna watch it, and then I was like, I'm probably not gonna end up doing this live. So I'm like, I don't even want to watch it. But I did see a bunch of clips about stuff that had happened, and I'd already looked at all the clips that were out prior to it. But I mean, it's very, I'm going to say this, it might piss people off that actually follow the Idaho 4 case. But it's very apparent to me that they were given access to information from a family.
Sure.
And it is now, because all of this stuff that's quote unquote leaked out is all coming from one of the families.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very narrative driven in that direction. And I think I've had a real big problem with like the datelines and the 48 hours because when it came to Delphi, they never covered Delphi. There's no Delphi coverage for 8 years, 7.5 years at all. There's no Delphi coverage. So this whole people were trying to tell me like, well, they don't really cover cases until after there's like a verdict. And then like, that's not true. I've watched Dateline for years.
Right.
And they didn't bother to cover Delphi at all until they decided to after he was convicted. And it's always bothered me. So I'm like, why are we covering Koberger before he's convicted then?
Well, because they have all these sources that are pushing them information they can get people to watch.
Right. And it's just so reminiscent of Watts and Delphi with the Patties and just this leaking of information from victims' families. And I just am like so over it. Like, none of that is evidence. We don't know that that's going to even be put in front of a jury.
Yep.
That's where I'm at with it. Okay, so then we have John's niece Kaylee takes the stand next. Obviously, they can't show her, so I'm gonna go through the tweets about her testimony real quick. It's pretty short and simple, and then we'll get to the back to testimony. And they do not call Patrick his nephew, just Kaylee, the niece. And then, there was a whole thing about not saying their names, and then fucking Brennan says Kaylee's name. He's like, "Oh, we call Kaylee." I'm like, oh, Jesus. Testimony of John.
Begins with history of fingerprints, biology, morphology.
I did not hit play. Why the fuck did that start playing? I wasn't even on that screen. So testimony of John O'Keefe's niece is complete and media restrictions are lifted. The prosecution did not call the nephew this time. The niece testified that Karen and John's relationship had deteriorated after New Year's Aruba trip. She said, I remember hearing John say the relationship was good, but it had run its course. And that Karen was very upset by it. And
Are you reading Ted Daniels?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
She was very upset by it.
Yeah, she was very upset by it. And she was yelling louder than John. She said that Karen woke her up at 4:30.
So that means John was yelling.
Yeah, John was yelling, but she was yelling louder than John.
Okay.
She said that Karen woke her up at 4:30 on the 29th. The defendant came into my room. They have her calling her the defendant instead of Karen. Came into my room. She told me that my uncle never came home. She was very frantic. The defendant was asking what could have happened and asking, could I have done something or got hit by a plow, which is a weird transition. So I really wish we would have had better insight into that, because could I have done something, got hit by a plow? Like, Karen doesn't have a plow. So later that same
good one.
later that same day at One Meadows, Karen Reed just said, hold on, I'm sorry, I have to cough.
It says, she just said to myself and my grandfather that she thought she was living in a nightmare. Now, didn't Peggy say that Karen went in and went straight upstairs and she didn't even know he was there? She didn't even talk to anybody?
Yes.
Well, sounds like she did talk to somebody, if that's true. So somebody's lying. I personally think that that piece is true, and I think Peggy was lying. In fact, I think the whole she leaned over the island and said he looks like he got hit by a car. I think all that's true.
Oh, I think the whole thing's true, because we also know that when Paul testified last year, he said that she sat down with him.
Yep.
And told, I think it was the nephew. I always mix
it
them up.
was.
Yeah, it was one of the kids that about what happened, and that she was sitting there at that time that he was telling him what happened.
Yep.
So this whole she just ran upstairs and grabbed her stuff and left is bullshit.
Yep.
So Karen Reed, just said to myself and my grandfather that she thought she was living in a nightmare, which, okay, yeah, I think you all are at that point. On cross, which last year they did not cross the kids. So this was interesting to me too. Yannetti did cross and said that and Kaylee said Karen watched her play sports, took her to visit the private school, and helped her plan her birthday in 2021. Yannetti said, would Karen help you with school projects? And then he said a couple of them, maybe, yeah. I'm not really sure what the point of this testimony was.
I can't tell if somebody else is on the stand.
Yeah, there's another person on the stand now.
So like another trooper.
Yeah, this is Brent. And then this one is Clark, I think.
Yeah, this is Trooper Crude.
Yeah, so they already have another one on there now.
He looks like the dad from the Crudes.
Oh, he kind of does.
Yeah.
He actually looks like he does mixed martial arts with his ears. Okay, so then that led us into morning break, and now here we are with Trooper Clark. So, and Lolly is doing direct. So, and it cut off the beginning of it, so that's why I was trying to find it on a different channel. So here we go.
It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the crime scene services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns.
We used to make fun of people and call them Maynards. So this just kind of has me chuckling from old school jokes.
What's
Maynard?
Is that a store?
I think it's a store, but he's talking about a city, I think, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know. There's a store near me, and I was just asking somebody the other day what Maynard's is.
It's a Maynard.
It sounds like a type of duck or something.
That's a mallard.
Yes.
You think of anybody, you, the goose, would know this. You and your waterfowl friends.
I actually had ducks. They were the sweet. I had 2 ducks. They were the sweetest, but they were white. They were white ducks, but they were the cutest things ever. I'm here to tell you, Well, never mind. But they're super sweet. Not like geese.
Maynard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Maynard.
Maynard. Maynard. Fucking Maynard.
Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton.
Canton and Stoughton.
The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
Are we better over here?
Who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was
Of
a
course.
forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one.
Oh, yeah.
There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape replaced on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition,
Why is he saying placards? Placards?
to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is
Fingerprint.
it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects.
The friction ridges from the
What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be
last party,
present.
I tell you.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
You know, Lolly gets like a semi-woody when he gets to bring up how much snow is on the ground. He's like, I get to talk about the weather.
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Do you know the definition of excavation?
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And
Okay. So you guys, two of you guys have said this, and I just have to tell you, just because I like to overshare and give you guys a little TMI, guys with wrinkly foreheads I think are super sexy. I love wrinkly foreheads. I don't know why. It's one of those weird things, but I love a good wrinkly forehead. Just going to let you know that just for my TMI of Wednesday.
Why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
That's kind of strange. That's not that strange.
Sergeant Clark, showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's true.
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, almost seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Oh, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness just
Yes.
briefly? Your Honor, I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I almost seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right. But I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please. Yes.
Exhibits 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can.
Hey, Sleuthie. Hey, Marco. I know that she has a spreadsheet that she created on Twitter. I'll have one of the mods grab the link for you. I don't know. She might not be next to her computer to talk. So she has, it's called Karen Reed Trial 2.0, I think is what the title of it is. But one of the mods can grab it off of Twitter and we'll put it in the chat for you. Marco was looking for your Google Doc for Trial 2, Sleuthie. It's okay. We got you. We got you, boo.
Take that down.
Oh, never mind. Sleuthie grabbed it for you all by
Thank you,
herself.
sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Yannetti?
All right, Mr. Yannetti.
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section.
That's correct.
And that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
Oh,
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
because Tully got booted. He got kicked off the team. Oh, she big mad. Yeah, I don't know if it would be proper to be trying to get it through this witness, but Bev's having none of that nonsense. We're not talking about Tully with Trooper Clark. Hey, Mav.
Aware.
Ah, shit.
Okay, so
Now we knew, the public knew that Tully got the boot. And he got transferred. It does, Joanna? Well, that's weird. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to bring you to the link. I'll have to look into that. Okay, let me see if I can find it real quick. Does Delana have it? I thought she shares it, no?
okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say?
Yeah, Tully got demoted, and then he got transferred to, it's in the Karen Reed chat. I put it in there a while ago. To the investigative unit versus like he's just a regular trooper. So, I believe it was Tully that lost 6 days of vacation pay. Or was that DeChica? I think it was Tully. Somebody in chat will correct me, because Bukaki lost 5, and I think it was Tully that lost 6. But yeah, he got demoted, and he got transferred to a different department. It was Tully. Okay, thank you. And it was like, ooh, he lost 1 more day than Bukaki.
They had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Objection.
Rephrase it.
It's okay, Joanna. We'll figure it out.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
Colon.
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Oh, she would have let him.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that
Hey, no,
he
sister.
and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser.
Oh,
Jurors, I'm going to ask you to
Hold on, I gotta go back. I gotta back that up.
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that.
Yeah, Nettie, you are just asking for it today.
there will be no striking that from their minds.
No. Did you know that Proctor and Kevin Albert hung out in the cruiser drunk? And that Kevin Albert left important items in the car that had to be dropped off in the mailbox. Yeah, she's gonna give him a sidebar now. I bet she is. Yeah, she wouldn't let him approach. She was like, just move on to the next thing and we'll talk about it later. Like, shut the fuck up, Bev.
He's like, no, we're going to talk about it right now.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
I will hear you.
She better tighten the fuck up. She's acting a fool in front of the jury.
She constantly does. I will hear you.
And then I think they go on break.
They're on break.
My
Because
God.
he's going to argue with her about it. He's going to be like, hey, listen, this is what Brennan wants to do. Brennan wants to bring these guys on instead of bringing on the actual people who he knows are a problem for his case. So if he wants to give wide berth in asking the questions and letting these people be the only witness, then I have the right to be able to ask him the shit that I want to ask him.
I agree.
Otherwise, make him put the damn fucking witnesses on the stand.
Yeah, Auntie Beverage.
Auntie Beverage.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Of course not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
So who took
And
the
then
picture?
on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Ms.
Yes.
Giannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirect.
Sorry?
No redirect.
Okay.
No redirect.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Thank you, folks.
So you were only called out specific
Yes, Your Honor,
time.
the Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Evan Brent. Excuse me.
You solemnly swear to the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law
I literally don't care about any of this.
and motor vehicle law,
I know.
to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
His
I
face.
went to the Charlton Barracks
And how long were you in Charlton?
for a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training?
I think all of his lips ended up in his forehead. Why do people not have lips in that fucking state? It's the craziest shit. Where'd all their lips go? There's too much ass kissing. All their lips are on somebody else's ass at this point.
I've never called it face space, but I would agree. His ears too. His ears are also the size of his forehead.
Yes, they are. They drink their lips.
They drank them.
The booze burns them off. We don't want to get in the way of the bottle. I got you. I got you.
Did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
Great
New
question.
members assigned to crime scene
Called Gene Pool.
undergo
I feel like that's a
aggressive
country
training
song, like
program.
waiting to be written about how lies keep your lips
Receiving
away.
a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Oh, thank
Yes,
you,
there
Alan.
was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
Now, February
And
3rd is when Proctor and Bukaki were at 34 Fairview.
And also, that's literally all of them. Tully, Buchanan, Proctor, Chico, and more. That's literally all 5.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah, February 3rd. No, that's not new. If you look, something else happened. Maybe that's the day that they went to John's also. So they went to 30. Let me see. So February 3rd. I know I have something on February 3rd.
Oh yeah, that's the day they go.
So February 3rd is when Brian Higgins is interviewed after he took it upon himself to selectively print out text messages between himself and Karen Reed and then himself and John O'Keefe. And it's also the same day that they were given access to the driveway at 1 Meadows Ave in order to complete forensic tests and photographs. So they went to take pics of John's car too. And the driveway so they could say that there was no taillight at the driveway.
Oh yeah, but that was the 3rd after it had already.
Yeah, February 3rd.
Yeah, but they also went to 34 Fairview the 3rd, right?
This is the first that that's not in my thing. So this is the first I'm hearing that they went to 34 Fairview that day, but I did know that they went to 1 Meadows that day.
I'm pretty sure Bukaki said they went to 34 Fairview on the 3rd. That's why I think that. Indiana girl, I'm telling you.
I know he went there. I know he went there on the 4th to get that piece from Berkowitz, but I don't
think
know.
they were there together on the 3rd. That's what my memory says. So
I haven't gone through
there's
all of
something bagged on the 3rd. There's something bagged from the 3rd.
No, that's the 4th.
I'm telling you, there's something bagged from the 3rd because I had originally thought it was the 4th and I had to rewind it and go back and it was from the 3rd.
Okay, I'll have to look.
And I was like, oh, they were there the 3rd and the 4th, I guess. I don't remember what the item was. I don't remember what it was about. I just remember that I know Bukaki just testified to it being the 3rd.
When you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some.
What day was the shoe found? It was found the 3rd, no?
No,
not the shoe, the hat.
Teresa, I was literally sitting here thinking about the hat, but I wasn't entirely sure. So maybe they do find the hat.
Yeah, I think it's the. I was like, I think it's the hat.
Well, this motherfucker better be able to tell us exactly where that hat was at, because I'm tired of not knowing.
Yeah, that's really stupid. Those pictures show nothing. I'm pretty sure it's the hat. I'm pretty sure it was the hat found on the 3rd.
When you go to press play again, just rewind like 5 seconds, just so we can hear what he said.
Yeah, because I wasn't even paying attention to what he was saying because I was trying to think of what the hell my brain remembered.
Yeah, something about digging. They were digging.
That they were looking for some items. They wanted me to.
Working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 3rd of 2022.
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
The entire.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items
You can
that
tell
were
he thinks that's stupid.
do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were
Excuse me?
under a foot and a half of snow.
On top?
Now, what
How
kind
do
of
you think you get on
On
top?
top of the snow? There shouldn't be anything on top of the snow.
Right. Huh?
Hmm.
instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out. So I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc in those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Colin will seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sally, you're on my fucking nerves already.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Why won't it let me chat?
Okay.
Is it connected? Is your account connected through StreamYard?
Yeah, I have to be. Otherwise, I can't do all the things. But ever since I could do all the things, I can no longer join the chat.
Well, that's weird. I can chat from here. I can't control, like I can't do all the, like I can't pin comments and stuff, but.
Yeah, I can't do it. Well, I can start comments and I can show them.
Yeah, but I can't. I can comment though in the chat, just at the bottom of it, like post a comment and just type in there.
No, I can't. Oh, wait, maybe try to zoom out. No, I still can't. I cannot. Nope. Won't let me.
That's dumb.
I don't know how easy or not these are going to be, but I have the exhibits from last year.
Okay.
If you want to, because I don't know if we're going to be able to see. I don't know if they're going to show us. I don't know. Yeah, I was commenting on my phone because I was on my phone. I could do it on my phone. Well, I'm lying. I could do it from the YouTube app on my phone. I cannot do it from StreamYard on my phone anymore.
That's weird.
But if you go, I'm gonna give you this. Maybe trial exhibits, private chat. See if that folder will open, the whole folder.
Yes.
Okay, I think he said go to, I think he said there are 7, but I have 4 that I know are the same, and it's going to be 549. I'll write it here.
Exhibit 549?
Yep. 549. Oops, nope, ignore that. 550, 551, 556. I don't know if they'll be easier to see. Like through you or not.
Okay, let me see.
It just seems, does it not seem weird to you that like they went there to like, so, okay. What would be the reason that they would go to his driveway and document his car? You would assume that they would have had to have looked at the ring footage by then.
Right,
So
and seen that she hit the car.
Saw that she hit the car, which they always denied.
Right.
And then decided to take pictures of his car. But this was now days after the crime had happened.
Because they've seen the ring footage by now.
Yeah, but if somebody was driving that car, so for instance, let's say Paul was driving the car or something, they were like, well, we're going to drive the car because why wouldn't we? Because now he can't or whatever. They would get it fixed. Like if there were any damage, I would assume that you would get it fixed right away. I mean, I would. My mother's that way. She's not going to let it sit. If she would, if God forbid something happened to me, she'd be like, we're getting that fixed immediately.
Well, I just don't know if his mom cared.
No, but maybe Paul.
Okay, so like 549, you say, right?
549, 550, 551, 556.
Okay, you have a lot more pictures of the Traverse.
Yeah, I do. But I was, and 1, 2, 3, 4. So there might be 3 more that match what they put up here. But I didn't see this thing. I only saw someone say, like they shared screenshots of the screen, but I figure we have the actual exhibits. I was going to type them in the chat, but I can't unless I do it on my phone.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I could just toss them up. Okay. Well, I'll play it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you not in your request, in your FOIA request, did you not get the waterfall and the CF McCarthy's footage?
Dude, there are so many things that I was just bitching about this yesterday, and I can't remember what exactly it was that I was annoyed about. Maybe it was, I've not gotten the actual like audio files of the voicemails from the first trial, which was what I was waiting for. I wasn't going to put them out because I could barely hear what they were saying. And I was like, because I got Jen's phone call. I got Carrie's phone call, like the actual audio files.
Yeah.
And then I feel like there was something else, but I don't have any of the voicemails. I did not get Higgins's text messages with Karen. I did not get that.
Did they tell you why?
No. I sent out an email, like whenever this happened and I was annoyed by this, I sent an email to ask like what the holdup is. Because so far this trial, I haven't gotten anything from her. Like they're not sending me any exhibits, like actual exhibits. I can't stand using screenshots. I will not put them in my spreadsheet. So they're slacking.
Yeah, I want the original waterfall in CF McCarthy's.
Oh, and I got receipts, but I think there might be other receipts that I'm missing. But yeah, no videos, no surveillance videos. I don't think I got any at all. And then the 7 voicemails or whatever, which should take 2 seconds to send. They're just audio. I haven't got those either. And this trial, it's going to be even more important because you can't hear shit. It's like they did it on purpose. They made it absolutely worse. You can't hardly understand anything.
Oh, yeah.
Matter of fact, maybe I'll write up another email as we're sitting here talking about this.
Let's do it. Do it. Do
I'll
it.
send an angry email.
I'm pretty sure his funeral was the 3rd or 4th. Don't quote me. When was John's funeral? I want to say it was the 3rd or 4th.
I don't know. I'll get you an actual answer.
Okay.
It was on the 7th.
The 7th.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Short
Ms. Gilman,
fashion.
if I could have photograph 7749.
That's the house.
And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Wait, pause this.
To that address.
I do. I love this house also. But so I'm looking at this and I'll give you, it's the Patriot Ledger. So this is however many days from January 29th. So Karen's arrested, I think on the 4th. Or the 2nd.
Birth.
She's arrested on, yeah, and she's arraigned on the 2nd.
Right.
So when she was arraigned, she was not allowed to have any contact with anybody. So she was not allowed to go to John's funeral.
Right.
And so there's a lot of pictures here. They're obviously very sad. But this does, so February 7th, family, friends, and police officers from across the state packed into St. Francis of Assisi Church on Washington Street in Braintree on Monday to pay their respects to the funeral of slain Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And the only reason I'm reading this to you guys right now is because there's stuff about Karen in here, which I feel is tacky. I would not have added that in his thing about the funeral. Dozens of police officers lined the streets and a large American flag hung outside the church Monday morning. It's very sad pictures. That dude that somebody was talking about that was on with Carrie, he's in here carrying the casket.
He was a pallbearer?
Yeah. Moving forward, this is a quote from Paul. Moving forward, I will do my best to continue his legacy of caring and supporting others, even though I know I will never come close to the way he did, Paul O'Keefe said in his eulogy of his older brother. John O'Keefe was found outside a Canton home on Fairview Road during a nor'easter January 29th. Karen A. Reed, his girlfriend, has been charged with manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide in connection with his death. So for anybody that doesn't know, Karen was arrested, and that's what she was arrested on. And then in June of 2022, they went back to a grand jury and they upgraded her charges to that first degree murder or whatever. So O'Keefe was raised in Braintree and lived in Canton. He was a Boston police officer for 16 years after obtaining a master's degree in criminal justice from the University of Massachusetts. He was a Braintree High School graduate and a former intern at the Braintree Police Department. When O'Keefe's sister and brother-in-law died, he took in his niece and nephew. Oh, wait, let me click on this. So John was a kind person dedicated to his family and will be greatly missed by his coworkers and anyone who had the privilege of meeting him, Boston Police Superintendent-in-Chief Gregory Long said in a statement. So then there's a section called Charged with Manslaughter. Karen Reed was arraigned in Stoughton District Court on Wednesday. Prosecutors said she dropped O'Keefe off at home. This is what it says. Prosecutors said she dropped O'Keefe off at home on Friday, January 28th, as a nor'easter rolled into the region. The next day, officials said she returned to the house to look for him and found his body in the snow.
Idiots.
First responders took him to Good Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, where he was pronounced dead several hours later. Prosecutors said Reed was unsure if she had hit him with her car Friday night. First responders said they heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And then a question mark after the last I hit him, according to prosecutors. Reed was released after posting $50,000 cash bail. She is scheduled to return to court for a probable cause hearing March 1st. So I think I sent this to you. Not this, but somebody else sent me another article. I believe it was like from January 29th, maybe the 30th, where it put in there about the first responder saying, I hit him, I hit him. And in my opinion, it could have only been, actually it was the 30th. It could have only been Katie.
Well,
because on the 30th, she was the only one saying that.
Right. But then she supposedly gets in the ambulance and tells the other ones that.
But I mean, she was the only one that was interviewed at that point. Like Seraph had been interviewed on the 30th and he did not hear that.
Right.
Jen McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, Carrie Roberts, none of them heard the actual I hit him, I hit him. And Jen can say whatever she wants now, but she did not say that to anybody because it was not in any of the early reports. She didn't say it to the grand jury. So Katie McLaughlin was interviewed 1:30. Dude, they didn't even, Timmy, he wasn't interviewed until the 8th. So he did not tell them that he had heard that either.
If it was only Katie.
Yeah. Yes, silly goose egg. See, I said the same thing. I thought it was tacky to put that in his funeral announcement. That's just my opinion.
Absolutely. There is there's a ton of pictures. I believe there's video of his funeral service.
It's
or not all of it, but I mean it's really fucking sad because John just seemed like a cool dude. Like you would want to go have a beer with him because he drinks so much, you know?
It's just really sad. They had like pictures of the kids. Like,
yeah, this whole thing sucks.
Yeah, they had pictures of like, well, first of all, they know what they're doing when they do the whole bagpipe thing. Like that is just meant to, if you don't cry when you're hearing bagpipes and shit at a funeral, I'm sorry, but there must be something wrong with you because even if it's somebody you don't know, it's just it feels very just ominous. And it's
fucking sad.
It's very sad. And they like had pictures of the kids, like holding on to, I think, Peggy, and they're like crying. And it's just awful. We don't have bagpipes at our funerals. We're Catholic, but they sing Ave Maria. And every time I hear it, I like burst into absolute histrionics. I mean, I'm a lunatic when I hear that song. It makes me so fucking sad. So, but the bagpipes are the same way. Did you notice the first day? Just like, could I have hit him? Then after you say, yeah. All right. So he went to One Meadows. Apparently he took pictures of the front of the house, but it's just odd to me that they went to go to take pictures of John's car, because the only reason that they would be because they saw the ring footage and thought that it looked like she hit his car, right? I mean, why would you do that if you didn't think it looked like she hit his car?
I'm almost positive. I'll have to go back and look, but I'm almost positive that at some point somebody testified in the first trial that she had told him that she backed into John's car when she was leaving.
I don't know, but then I'm reading another article from January 30th, 2022. So the day after. And it's from the DA. Boston police officer found dead outside Canton home Saturday morning. And in it, it says, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office said O'Keefe was found early Saturday morning outside a home on Fairview Road. O'Keefe appeared to have been outside for some time, the District Attorney's Office said. But the state office of the chief medical examiner was expected to perform an autopsy Monday to determine the cause and manner of O'Keefe's death. And it's still under investigation. So I think that I hit him and stuff. Like if let's say it was the 30th, and I have to go back to find that article somebody sent me. If it was the 30th and it said I hit him, it also said something about video. Yes, Indiana girl. I think it said something
from DeChico saying there is video of her going into the garage.
It was something to the effect of like that she arrived home at 12:41 and they were asked, it wasn't him because he didn't testify last year, but somebody, it might have been Proctor, was asked specifically about that Post-it and was like, in theory, like he had to have seen, if he was reviewing the ring footage, then he had to have seen something at 12:41 to then write down that she arrived home at 12:41, but there is no ring footage. So where is it?
Oh,
I think Proctor deleted
something funky with the fact that the ring footage when she gets home is missing. The ring footage of them leaving 34 Fairview is missing. The video from the library, which would show her broken taillight, is
on
missing.
her way home.
The
Exactly.
Sallyport video that would show from the right side whether the taillight is actually broken, cracked, or what it really looks like when it's being backed into the Sallyport, missing, gone. Anything that could show the taillight in any form, whether it's her version or their version, happens to be missing.
Dude,
and
the
that's
one
all that's missing. Give me a fucking break.
The one camera that's literally pointed directly at that taillight inside that Sallyport just happens to be like, it looks like one of those like scratch off papers where like it's colors underneath black. Like we used to make them with crayons all the time. And then you like scratch it out. Like it looks like shit. You can't see anything. And I have to wonder, like, if that's how that camera was functioning before this all happened, what is the sense in letting it still play? You can't see anything.
Right.
The police department would be like, oh, let's just leave it. And we'll let it record on the cloud, even though the footage is garbage.
And we'll have some lenses that don't invert, and we'll have some lenses that invert just for funsies.
Yeah. And also they said, and I hear people all the time talking about like, why would Proctor delete footage that would be helpful to him, such as the time that Karen got home? And the answer to that is that in the beginning days when he would have got the footage, he didn't know what timeline was going to help him. So if there is no footage of her arriving home, then he can make it whatever time he can make it fit. You know what I mean? If he got hit at 12:45 and there's no footage, there's no proof of what time she got home, including on the drive home. So like passing the, I don't know if it's a mosque or what it is, that one, they hardly ever bring it up. That place and the library and all those places, nobody captured footage of her on the way home. Like if it weren't for her auto connecting to the Wi-Fi, there would be no proof of what time she got home.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure that somebody else doesn't have access to this ring stuff from before Proctor. I'm not even convinced that Proctor was the one who deleted it. I'm just going to say that. Because if you're the one who's trying to get rid of a timeline and make sure that, you know, the people in the house have extra time to do whatever the hell they need to do, you want to make it so that nobody knows that Karen was going home.
Right. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because then let's say, for instance, if at that time you need to like call the poison control center or something. That made my stomach turn when I looked at that.
Yuck.
Oh, ew, I could throw up. Damn it.
I don't know what we were
Oh,
saying.
at that time, he would have had because he had talked to Jennifer McCabe, right? So he would have had that information from her that, and of course she changed that now, but all the way up till this trial, like anytime she sent a text message, it was because she looked outside and saw something that prompted her to do it. So as far as Proctor knew, at 12:45, the vehicle was still out front. So if Proctor's going through ring footage and sees something at 12:41 or 12:35 of her arriving home,
Yeah.
that's
Can't
not
have
going to
that.
fit what Jen said. So I'd have to get rid of that shit because I need Jen's testimony. And if she says that she was outside at 12:45, then I need to not have anything that proves what she's saying is incorrect. Same thing with her saying that when they were going in or coming out of the house, John's house, that Karen's like showing them the taillight and stuff. So that footage also just mysteriously doesn't exist. So nobody can prove that Jen's lying. You see what I mean? There's
Right.
nothing.
Yep.
We can't say because when they tried to say, look, we're watching it, you said it was on the way in. It doesn't exist. That's not what's happening here. It's, oh, I was confused on whether it was on the way in or on the way out. It must have been on the way out. Oh, conveniently, the footage we don't fucking have. Okay.
I'm really surprised that there's not a way to tell if things are deleted.
They said they had the log.
Yeah, but I mean, wouldn't it show like deleted? You know, I mean, if you go through like the history of your phone or your computer, like you can see when you delete stuff. You know what I mean? I'm surprised that Ring wouldn't have that.
I don't know, but as far as I'm concerned, at the very least, they should have a log of when video was captured. And then someone could go in and say, okay, what video do we have? Oh, we don't have this one that said it was captured. Then that must have been deleted.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's just strange. Those trees, those, they don't look green here because they take literally the worst photographs I've ever seen, ever. I mean, like I could use one of those kitty, like the kid ones where they print it out and then you just wave it around like the old Polaroids. Like I could take a better picture than this. I don't know why it's devoid of all color. Those trees are not black. They are obviously green. But those are the kind that I want. I'm still pissed off about my wreath that was ruined that I had to throw away because those fucking birds.
Your birds.
Listen. I had put them in the grass. Well, then I got nervous because I thought when the landscapers come, are they going to fucking look or are they just going to weed eat them? So I was like, as much as I don't want anything to do with these things, now I feel like I got to move them so they're safe from the weed eater. So I moved them. I put them in their nest, moved them to my mulch so that because you could see my mulch is black. So you can see the nest, you can see the eggs. And I keep checking every day because I'm like, are they ever going to hatch and like go away?
Did they hatch and go away?
They still have not hatched. And I don't want to like, I don't want to touch the egg. Like one looks like it may have, I don't know the process of eggs hatching. So I don't want to know. I don't want to learn about birds. But one of the eggs looks like maybe like, I don't know if they have beaks or whatever when they're baby babies, but it kind of looks like maybe something poked through one of them just a little bit. But there's no crack, like there's no cracks in them. I mean, they don't look like they're ready to hatch or anything. I don't know how to make them. I don't know if they're cold. I don't know if like it's going to rain on them. Know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I thought if I put it right there where it was
still there?
invisible, huh?
Is Mama still coming?
Well, I don't know, but I thought if I put it somewhere where they were very visible, that maybe she'd swoop down and like grab the nest and go fuck off with it somewhere else.
They don't do that. She's not like a mama cat. Like she's not gonna carry the whole nest away.
I thought you said they need to have the nest in order to like
They
move
do,
it.
but they're not. Yeah, but they're not going to take it. They're not going to take it somewhere. They need the whole nest. Yeah, they can't
Lacey.
carry the little eggies, and they can't. They're not going to carry the whole nest.
Well, then why do they? You said they need the nest. They need the
They do
nest.
need the nest.
Do you laughing at Lacey?
No, laughing at you.
I mean, I feel like at this point I've taken on way too much responsibility for these fucking eggs. Like I'm
not their mother.
not be traumatized and then be given responsibility for more living things. Like she just abandoned them.
You need to get yourself a bird sitter with benefits.
Yeah. I'm gonna sell them here soon. I'm gonna be like,
hopefully they're not dead.
I know. Like, but I don't know how long to give them. I did not, I touched it. I'm here to tell you, I put on 2 pairs of my nitrile gloves. They are sterile. And then on top of those, a pair of brand new dish gloves. And
I love that you've taken such good care of them, though. Even though you hate them and you don't ever want to see them again, you still mama birded them as much as you can.
yeah, I didn't want them to like I didn't want them to be abandoned, but I also didn't want to just leave them like once it tipped or whatever. Like I wasn't just going to leave them laying there in they messed up my landscaping. So I was like, I'm going to pick up the nest. I'm going to set them back in the nest. I think she's probably coming around. I can't tell. I mean, I don't look out there often.
You need to get yourself a cam.
Well, no, it's like right outside my front window. Like I can see it from my front window.
It's the foul in her.
But like,
I so love that she hates birds and her name is Goose. It's just the funniest shit to me.
I would never keep them. Absolutely not. Like if they hatch, like I fully expect, like, I don't know what's going to happen to them. Someone's gonna have to
if they
feed
hatched
them.
and there was no mama, there's no way you're just going to let them sit there and starve to death. You can play hard all you want to. I know damn well you're not going to do it.
I don't even know what birds eat.
But you have to mama bird them. Don't you know the rules? You chew the food and then you spit it in
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'll call the dog catcher. I'll call the SPCA. She better come back for her birds.
How she's gonna go house to feed birds. Oh, what time did she Google it, Indiana girl? You'll never know. Oh shit. She's gonna ace Fincher. She's gonna be feeding him or something.
Those are the places where birds are supposed to put nests, not in your fucking wreath right on your front door that you're in and out of a bajillion times a day. I'm just ready for them to go.
Sleuthie is going to write another letter, like a very serious letter at this point, to whomever can come and get these fucking birds.
Avoid disturbing the net. Well, so essentially, she could have invaded my space and scared herself enough to abandon her eggs. I mean, that doesn't sound like a good mother. Yeah, Indiana girl, because he said he was going to listen to it. He's still not listened to it. So then they went on and on, Teresa, that Bob was going on and Allie were like going on and on about how they have this voicemail set up and they want you to go like leave a voicemail.
Oh, yes.
I was like, I guess the only way that I'm going to get, because they're going to, he's like, we'll play them on the
voicemail.
Whatever they are. And I'm like, okay, so I guess the only way to get you to listen to my near-death experience is to leave it on this voicemail.
Yep. Leave it on the voicemail. You don't even have to tell the story again. You could just literally call the voicemail and play yourself on the channel. Just leave it on the voicemail like that.
I can't.
Oh shit!
Right, I've held us up far too long.
House. This is One Meadows.
How many bird nests do you think are in those black trees?
Probably not many. Probably more
Oh,
squirrels.
look, my whole point of bringing that up is that those are not black. They are obviously green, and they are the kind of trees that I would, because I'm still pissed off about my wreath. And unfortunately, I don't have the money to go buy one of these. But they have these that are like already 5 foot tall. They're like 60 or $70 at
Yep.
Lowe's.
Mm-hmm.
And I have one in like the corner of my, like in the front of my house near my front window, like the one corner needs that. They have like something else that's like, it looks like a Christmas tree, but it's like flatter to the ground. Like I don't like it. So I want to rip it up and plant one of these. Yeah, the trees are perfect. My old house, my old house, the one that I was in when right after we got married, which I'm still, my ass is really burnt up about because it was my house. And we lost it. We lost it not because of me. We had several of these around the house and I absolutely loved them.
Yeah.
I never had to fuck with them.
Yeah, I think they're pretty. And I just love this house anyway. So I love the outside. I love the inside. I love all of it.
They're beautiful all the time, but then you can also decorate them for Christmas too. And it like, I hate when everything goes away for the winter. Like I'm not made for the winter. Obviously, you know, I do not like snow. I love Christmas, but I don't love when like nothing's green anymore. I hate that. It makes me depressed. And so these trees, although they look black, they're actually green and it keeps stuff green. Oh, you have to look, Indiana Girl. I pulled these up. I don't know if it's up anymore.
I think it is. I'll look up right now.
Yeah, you could pull the house up on Zillow. All right, I feel like we can play it. I've derailed this entire thing way too far. I was literally this morning, I was like, should I give everybody an update on the eggs?
Yes, everybody wants an update on the eggs. Hold on.
Oh no, they don't smell like cat pee. No, they smell like, I mean, I don't know in particular what these are. But the ones that we had at our house didn't really smell like anything. Yeah, look at this house. Look how beautiful.
I love this
beautiful. The landscaping's beautiful. Everything's beautiful. Look at that kitchen.
Yeah.
Look at that. Wait, go back. Look at that. And then look at the crime scene picture. No, go to the first one. The very first one.
Oh yeah, all the green.
Yeah, now go look at the crime scene picture. That's how terrible they are at taking fucking pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah, hold on.
Apparently these cops do, Lacey.
Why the heck can I get back to my pictures?
John O'Keefe,
Here.
Boston.
Yeah. Look at that. That's the kitchen with the island.
Mm-hmm.
There's that Peggy doesn't know they have.
I don't like that though. I like my island. I do like that it has like that step up, but like I think it's an 8 or 12 foot island, and then it's like 4 feet wide, like from the stools to the other side. Like it's very wide. My sink is there too. I like the space.
I love this kitchen. I love the whole house.
I mean, it's beautiful.
Hi, Broken Baker.
It says John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe worked as a police officer for the city of Boston, and in 2020 had a reported pay of $96,000, according to public records. But then this here.
These are the people who lived in the house before John. Just FYI, this isn't John's stuff.
So he worked in the SORI unit, which I think is how the registry department or whatever.
He didn't. He bought it.
This says he was paid a total. Oh, so maybe overtime too. So this says he was
transferred after he took the kids in.
Yeah, $166,000 in 2020.
Yeah. So he transferred to have a better schedule once he adopted the kids. Hey, DG.
Yeah, like in 2020, he got in overtime pay. He made almost 34,000 in overtime pay, and then 13 or 12,000, a little more than 12,000 in other. And I'm not sure what that is.
Bonuses.
Oh, maybe. So the total for 2020 was 166,000. The total
Yeah,
for
I was going to say he made 150, 200,000 easy.
well, and that was 2020. So if you go based on how everybody else gets paid around there, and even him, so like in 2019 he made 144,000. So he made $20,000 more in 2020. So I'm sure he got like a raise.
That's true, and he probably did get payments for the kids for adopting the kids. I don't know if Massachusetts does that, but I know California does.
Yeah.
This stupid chair. This is bugging me. Okay, I'll play it. We talked. Hey, Ann,
Sorry.
No, it's good.
No, I don't think he rented because his mom
No.
moved in with the kids.
It was his house. He bought it, and then his mom lives there now.
And they did that. Well, I think Paul then used that money to make upgrades to his own house. But they did. A lot of people don't know they had a GoFundMe. Most people don't know that. What?
That was the GoFundMe money, right?
Yeah, most people don't know that Paul had a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Let me see. There was a lot. Like, I think it was like.
Yeah, and then his house all of a sudden starts getting stuff done to it.
So I'm looking at it right now. He created it. Paul created the GoFundMe on.
It's true.
Well, I'm lying. So it was created by some guy named Sean Hickey from Canton, Mass. And the beneficiary is Paul. And it was created on February 3rd, 2022. And it made $336,735. And it's no longer accepting any donations. It hasn't accepted any donations for 3 years. So that means like immediately when it was posted, it got that much money because it's not accepted any donations for 3 years now. And he's been dead for 3 years. Like probably within the month.
Damn.
Yeah. He posted a picture of John and the kids. Surprisingly, it does not say anything about his girlfriend running him over, which is shocking.
Yeah, that is pretty shocking. We get a couple of new witnesses. Maureen Hart.
Oh, I just saw Maureen Hart. That's her. So we're gonna go through DNA and stuff today. So
somebody else is. I don't know who that is. I can't recognize him. Ryan Galarani? Is that what it is?
Oh, I don't know him.
Yeah, I don't remember him either. Okay, let's go. We'll go back.
So in one day, the initial goal was $10,000, and in one day they got more than 90,000.
Damn.
Yeah. So he made all of that like in days.
He bought a lot of blue shirts and a lot of sticky donuts, a lot of glazed donuts. Hey, Nico.
Okay, carry on.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
A car.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we are looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759.
Isn't that
Again,
self-explanatory?
Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
There's going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
And an angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777.
Is somebody eating snacks or something? Like what is that noise?
And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 was this?
This is going to be the right
John
garage.
Rowley.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And
Is
which
this the
of
left?
2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
It's not even the whole door.
Thank you very much. You can take those down.
Kim.
Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
So then I wonder why, what made the garage door stick open that Camerano had to put it down? My 3 sons, it was John's vehicle.
Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at 1 Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't.
Sorry, my husband called. Did I miss anything?
Write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank
He's
you.
like, all right. All right.
Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Ronnie. Yeah, Lolly's on a roll today. He's like the star of the
Your Honor,
show.
as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of,
I don't
how did you
remember him
become
from last time.
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date?
Wait, is he the one who takes the Proctor Buchanan swabs? Is that him? If it's him, then he was on for 30 seconds last time. He was like, no, not a big deal.
At this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton police or the state police in relation to any.
He's the one who takes Yuri's and Proctor's cheek swabs.
Incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to the Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Follow me, ma'am.
Now we're gonna be back to Hanky.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
She injured too.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
So she's the one that had the issues with her proficiency. Not her. Remember, she had to take those tests and then she didn't pass one of them. I don't know if I remember what the test was called. Let me go pull my notes up from last time.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for crime scene services section as well as the firearms identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Pretty sure it's the 1st.
So last trial, she testified that she went to the Sally Port on the 2nd, and the defense had to correct her and tell her it was the 1st.
Correct. And now Hank is saying the 2nd also. Now she's checking. So it probably is the 1st. So why can't they get this right?
So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched
I just
to
remember being corrected last year on this very thing. So let me just double check that report.
the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making
Questions are so dumb.
analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wait till the jury finds out that tiny hair that's not connected to anything
Yes,
lasts.
I do.
And what is it?
This is,
The miracle hair that just stays on the bumper
Yeah.
through thick and thin, never leaving.
is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I would move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
Take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P-144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes. So this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes. So I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P-161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
And we'll listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
141.
Did I just hear Alessi?
Yeah, he's definitely going to do the cross. He does all the
Sciencey stuff. Yes. Nunya, where have you been? No, today has not really been interesting. But now that I paused it, I'm gonna pull these up because ATS sent me some stuff. And thank you, ATS, for sending it to me. This is about Kaylee's testimony. So give me a second. Why is it doing that?
Now retired Boston police sergeant. The trial taking place in Dedham, Massachusetts. This morning, John O'Keefe's 17-year-old niece testified, and this was done without.
Can you guys hear that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Cameras, so we didn't get to watch it. However, we have Matt Johnson with us, and he did get to see it. And Matt, good to see you. This was a huge witness, and we didn't get to see it. Please fill us in. Tell us about the mood in the courtroom and everything else.
Ted, Julia, nice to see you both. So the day started off with more clips of this defendant, Karen Reed, describing her relationship, saying that she was in a good relationship and that John O'Keefe did not want to break up with her. Following that, half of the O'Keefe family stood up from their seats in the gallery and they walked out. The media that was only using pen and paper at the time, we were looking around at each other. And then we noticed that some minors started filing into those seats. It was friends of this witness, this niece of Officer John O'Keefe. He was raising her at the time of this incident.
Her friends all came to trial?
I think that's just wrong. I just think it's all wrong.
Jesus.
17 years old now, and she was wearing a white sweater, and she was soft-spoken as she talked about the breakdown in the relationship. She talked about, in general, the coldness of the defendant, in her opinion. She was asked, how would it feel spending time with the defendant? She answered, it felt like coldness towards me. She was asked this, how often would you feel that? And she said, occasionally. Then they went into details about the possible motive here, the breakdown of the relationship and that Aruba trip where Karen Reed was allegedly accusing John O'Keefe of cheating. She was asked, following the trip, was there more tension between JJ, who is John O'Keefe, that's what she called him, and Karen Reed? She said that there was a lot more tension and fighting. And then she went on to describe the fact that her uncle, who again she called JJ, asked Karen Reed to leave his home after that trip, that New Year's trip, and Karen Reed refused to.
Yeah, we're not hearing a lot in terms of the jury about Aruba, Matt, but that's getting into those details, it sounds like. What was her testimony about January 29th, 2022, the day that John O'Keefe was missing and then ultimately found at 34 Fairview?
Yeah, she even got more somber on the stand. She was really talking about the fact that just hours before she was celebrating getting into the private school of her choice, she went to bed at around midnight. And then she was woken up out of a deep sleep at around 4:30 in the morning on the 29th by this defendant who was shaking her and yelling, get up, get up. John did not return home last night. And then, according to this testimony, she was instructing the 17-year-old to text various people and get them on the phone, including Jen McCabe. Here's part of the testimony. She said the defendant was also stating this, could I have done something? Could John have been hit by a plow? And then she moved on to the Jen McCabe part of the conversation. She said that, did you notice any specific statements to Jen McCabe or others? She answered, maybe I hit him. How many times did she say that? She answered, I think once. She also told the jury about how the defendant was acting after Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts arrived at her home. She said, she was asked, did the defendant ever comfort you? She replied, no. Did she ever come into your room? She replied again, no. What was Jen McCabe's demeanor? She replied, level-headed. How about the defendant's demeanor? And then she replied, still frantic. She was describing a very chaotic scene the morning of the 29th. During this testimony, the jury was taking a lot of notes, but they were also looking at this witness. A lot of the women were leaning forward, in between note-taking, and then looking over at the defense table. Karen Reed, I could notice, she was leaning back. She was trying to make eye contact. There was no eye contact between the two, and she was just holding her head in her hand.
Boy, thank you for bringing that to life for us, Matt. I mean, you have to feel so horrible for both the niece and the nephew.
Absolutely, especially everything they've been through, not even just the death of John O'Keefe, but they had already lost their parents. Karen Reed was like a pseudo-parent, it sounded like, before the breakup, and then she was immediately out of their lives.
All right, let's bring in studio with us, domestic violence expert and former law enforcement.
Okay, so I feel so bad for this kid. I just feel like she's been so coached over the years that I don't even know if anything she has to say
is her own personal thing that she's remembering. I agree.
I just think that these adults have really fucked these kids up.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, there's no breakup. There was no breakup. I don't, and she, according to her own messages with Karen Reed, loved Karen Reed.
Yeah, they're really, I think they've really confused the kids. And like, even when they talk about their very first interviews, like these kids were not interviewed for the first time until February 22nd. So almost an entire month, they were hearing everybody saying all the things they were saying. And you know what I mean? Like that was a long time before they finally like were interviewed about whatever they knew. They'd already been listening to everyone. So
I think it's just sad.
It is very sad. And it's even more sad. Like, it's bad enough that they could and likely were made to think a particular way, but then to also put them up here just because you want them to say things about Karen Reed is just...
Who is another adult that took care of them that they lost.
Right. And when this happened, like, the niece was 14 and the nephew was 10. So you're asking someone who was 14 years old to tell you about a grown ass man and woman's relationship. Like, you're getting the view of a 14-year-old who's now lost, like, technically 4 parents.
I
4 caregivers, you know, 2 parents and 2 caregivers. So, like,
I was really pissed about this last time when they were like, they wanted to testify. I think that was Paul in his interview after trial. He's like, they wanted to testify. I'm like, I don't give a shit what they want to do. They're fucking kids. And that's why you, as an adult, have the say so over what they can and what they can't do. They should not be dealing with any of this.
Yeah.
And being like, well, you know, we gave them the choice. No, fuck that. Why are you trying to traumatize? Like, you're pushing trauma upon them after they've already dealt with so much trauma. You're supposed to protect them. And I just don't think that I don't think these people do. They just want them. They use them as weapons. That's how I feel about it.
I remember you saying that last year during the trial that, like, the way you compared it was something like, my kid wants to eat ice cream for every meal every day. Just because he wants to doesn't mean I'm going to let him. I'm his mother, you know, like.
That's right. Yeah.
So, and of course, like, what are they going to, like, do you really, it's just like when they have these police officers up here and they're like, did you crack the taillight? And it's like, no, I didn't. And they're like, they said no. And it's like, did you really fucking expect them to sit there and say yes? Like, what,
yes,
what else is
well, I honestly would really like it if somebody does call Proctor and Proctor's like, you know what? Fuck these people. Yes, we broke the fucking taillight. We took it over there. We shipped it by fucking goose, you know, by goose mail. And that's how it got there. Yeah, I mean, I just am at the point where I was like, fucking Proctor, just fucking tell us what happened. Tell us what you did. Okay, so then here's one more clip where somebody thinks that it sounds like Bev says asshole at the end of this guy's question.
I retweeted that, Bob.
Indian jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that.
By drinking alcohol in their his cruiser.
Sustained in jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
I can kind of hear it right there. Right there. Right there.
Yeah.
I could hear, I mean, I can hear it. Is it her? Is it?
I mean, it could have been her. It could have also been McLaughlin. It could have been.
Could have been Little.
Yeah, it could have been Little too.
I don't think she's close enough to her mic.
Yeah.
I don't think it could have been Bev.
I totally could see it being McLaughlin.
Strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
I mean, I can hear asshole for sure. I don't think it's Bev though.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been the camera person. It's definitely a chick. And I think the camera dude's a dude. I want to think it's Bev just because I want to say that. Just like how we determined that Bukkake's name is Bukkake in Proctor's phone. But I don't think it's Bev. I don't think she's close enough to her mic for it to be Bev. It could have been. Shit, I don't know. Yeah, Giannetti's not an asshole. Well, I mean, it can be. He did that shit on purpose. Like, I'm telling you guys, that fucking Brennan wants to make sure that everything comes in through a very specific witness. Then by all means, let me get it in through that very specific witness. So he got what he wanted in front of the jury because the Commonwealth is not going to call Tully. They're not going to call Proctor. So let's make sure that the jury knows Proctor is a former trooper, and let's make sure they know that Tully is no longer employed in that unit and that people were employed at the time he was, are testifying at the time he was employed there. He's going to make sure that they hear it. This lady's fucking boring.
She's
All right.
super boring.
I know, but like, should I fast forward her? I don't know.
Because she's going to give a lot of numbers and
Yeah, that's true.
because
All
she
right.
refers to every single thing as 7.3, 7. Like it's going to be a lot. So
Yeah. All right. All right. Remember, it's Wednesday, so I have to leave at 12:40. So if you want to switch and then just play it while you're gone at the bus stop, because you'll be back before I will.
yeah,
Okay.
that's what we'll have to do. So I'll just warn everyone that like 10 minutes or whatever, I won't be at the computer.
Just be playing straight through. Yeah, she's the one who finds the miracle hair. Like through, it's like the fucking post office hair. Through rain and sleet and snow, the hair will get to you on time. It's a guarantee.
Court's permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury?
Everything about the photos
What's-
is irrelevant because she's not there until after Proctor would have already taken taillight pieces. So it is what it is.
Exactly.
It out to you, and Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you?
She's also the one who finds the piece of glass. That's right. The piece of glass that doesn't actually match the glass at the scene. It's just a random ass piece of glass that has nothing to do with anything, apparently.
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there
And
another
I-
sticker above, or is that?
I'm
just a
not
different
sure, if you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes,
Do you know that number offhand
I would have to refer to my notes.
with the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes,
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
Brendan has
Your Honor.
Brendan has a really bad habit of asking leading questions on direct and never gets called out for it. It's crazy to me. I think it's because he's so used to probably being a defense attorney that he's allowed to ask a ton of leading questions on cross. But I mean, he really knows, he should know better.
Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. You mentioned a hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, is A and B, please. 144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with
The
the
hair is
pointer,
in a
the
different
hair that you found?
Because it's like blowing in the wind.
This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Yeah, they had to get somebody from Canton PD to come out and take out the taillight housing because they couldn't do it. So now again, Canton PD is involved in the investigation.
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you call in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break.
She's like changing gloves for everything she touches.
About 50 minutes.
About 15 minutes.
Of course.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
Yeah, you can tell she's actually a lab tech.
Questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
Oh my God.
I do know that
There's
it went
something wrong
to-
with the fucking evidence again?
Probably.
Oh my God.
To several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag,
Something in there that
the
should've-
other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
They're constantly mixing up bags.
When you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the
So bad.
pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time.
Now it's still breaking.
The loose pieces on the bottom of that bag,
Yeah.
they were in the bag when you opened it this morning.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
So there's additional, again, not just that, remember we had the little piece of tail light from 6-7, and now we have more pieces of tail light that are breaking off of the housing unit and falling into the bag.
So potentially They're not even the same as they were when they were collected.
Well, yeah, we have no idea. Got shoes in the wrong bags. Got fucking more stuff breaking in the. We got the pocket on the jeans that wasn't ripped like that the first time. Now it's completely torn.
Mm-hmm.
This is weird, dude. Yeah.
The loose pieces last time you had
Set it
an
after
opportunity to
midnight.
open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened up the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment. Okay. One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers of packaging of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes.
So I didn't need to display it. I can just provide
The whole bag.
Yes. And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll just get in here.
After it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are 2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1 assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag. And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach? Yes. I'll take that. When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab, I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance really to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer
Please.
from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
At some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Didn't he say one last question like 30 questions ago?
Yeah.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
Take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually.
I love this question. Did you test for beer pong game remnants?
Do you recognize the first photograph?
Like what the hell?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Is that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
Can you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly.
No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P-190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P-194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
And there's a little bit difference. There's markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that to keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to form of P196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is Exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it fair? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, move these 2 photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 148A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange T-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange T-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Could we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that t-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
And move these 2 to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to call Trooper Paul. No need.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B.
It's a neurologist?
Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please?
It's a what?
Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please?
Hey, Ola.
You can take that down, please.
You're to see what dumb shit hangs up here.
Did you perform any additional testing
Susie Q,
relative
Indiana girl.
to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item?
We
How would you
sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Good.
And we get cross today too. That's exciting.
Do you want to switch now?
You can switch whenever you want. You want to switch now because it's easy to find the spot?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So are you guys how many of you guys followed Murdoch and all the stuff that happened with like Becky Hill?
I heard she got arrested.
She just got arrested. Yeah, she did. She just got arrested. Arrest warrants for Becky Hill.
That's what happens when you fuck around.
You find out.
Mm-hmm. All for a book. Like she better hope someone put that book money on her other books.
This is fucking amazing.
Yeah, there's like fraud charges. There's like she was apparently using like it was more than just.
Yeah, I'll tell you real quick. Hold on.
There's several perjury charges.
So bad. This one's perjury for giving false testimony under oath. And then let me see. That's 1. 2 is misconduct and malfeasance in the office. 3 is obstructing justice. And 4 is misconduct. Oh, more misconduct and malfeasance in the office. Her son is involved too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on.
Damn, Becky Hill. She was the court clerk lady for the Alec Murdoch trial. she's so bad. So bad. So yeah, so she got booked today.
I'm reading an article. It says charging documents state, oh shit, that the crimes stem from a January 2024 hearing in the South Carolina Supreme Court when Justice Jean Toll ruled that a new trial was not necessary for Murdaugh, who was convicted in the June 2021 murders of his wife Maggie and son Paul on his family hunting estate. Murdaugh had requested the new hearing based on allegations of jury tampering surrounding Hill, which Murdaugh's defense team had argued warranted a new trial. Charging documents state that when Toll asked Hill, did you, so she lied, shows she perjured herself during Supreme Court testimony, I guess. Did you allow anyone from the press to view sealed exhibits? Hill responded, no, ma'am, which is apparently inconsistent with evidence obtained by authorities.
Well, yeah, because then you have the wife of the co-author who, you know, was the one that was viewing shit she wasn't supposed to be. Ah, shit.
Harpootlian said, we are aware of the charges filed against Becky Hill, and while these developments are serious, they are not surprising.
They're not surprising at all.
We have long raised our concerns about her conduct during and after the trial, and this arrest further underscores the need to protect the integrity of the judicial process. Every defendant is entitled to a fair and impartial trial, and we look forward to Alex Murdaugh finally getting that fair treatment.
See, a lot of people think he's guilty. I don't think he's guilty. I think he's a piece of shit, and he's guilty of a lot of other stuff, but I don't think he actually did it.
Well, they still got to do it right. You know what I mean? Like they gotta do it right. You can't do it wrong. So then I'd be like, okay, did she do it like this for anybody else, or was it just for this book? Like, you know what I mean?
Oh, it's totally for the book. It's totally, and then right, then it comes out she was actually plagiarizing in the book anyway. She's like another Sherilyn Cadle. It's ridiculous. These wannabe people who just think that they're so like they become the case.
Oh, that sounds like something. I don't know. It's like foreshadowing of certain people's Delphi books.
Yes.
Wow. How fucking embarrassing.
You had such a reputable position. You were close to retirement, and you thought you could make a quick buck. You thought you could make a quick buck because you happened to be assigned this high profile case that everybody was talking about, and it fucking blew up in your face because you were greedy. You greedy motherfuckers, and karma will come for you.
Oh, there was also where she let somebody take a picture of him in his cell or whatever.
That's the one. That's the big thing. That's the one that the wife of the co-author.
What a dumbass bitch.
Mm-hmm. What do I think happened? I think he knows exactly what happened. My thing is that I think he is too much of a chicken shit. I do not think that he could ever pull the trigger. I just don't think he could. So he would have somebody else do it for him, and I think he knows exactly what happened. It probably had to do with his drug dealing, but I don't think that I just don't think he actually pulled the trigger.
Says Hill is already facing 76 counts of ethics violations in connection to the trial. The 25 page
what a fucking waste.
It says the 25 pages of allegations accuse Hill of allowing a photo of Murdaugh in a holding cell to be taken to promote her book on the trial, giving herself bonuses, and using county money to buy dozens of lunches for her staff, prosecutors, and a vendor.
God, idiot.
Like what? Like people just do weird shit, man. I like.
That's what I'm saying. You get greedy. You get greedy.
I mean, I feel like it was so obvious. So to then like continue to lie, it just like, I don't know, man.
Well, yeah, she got the one juror kicked off the case that she thought Alex was innocent or wasn't, or didn't believe that the
was that the egg lady?
That's that egg lady. She came up with this whole contrived plan to get rid of her.
Yeah.
And even when you go back and you watch the clips with the judge, he's like, yeah, that is weird that she met with her in the office. Like, you're right. Like he's like second guessing it, like as it's unfolding. Like he's like, yeah, that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
I mean, you were just so dumb. It's they like break things down. It says that she's accused of willfully and unlawfully giving false, misleading, or incomplete testimony while under oath, accused of lying to former Chief Justice Jean Toll during a hearing on alleged jury tampering by Hill when asked if she let anyone from the press see sealed exhibits. Accused of releasing sealed evidence photos to a third party. Unlawfully committing an act that prevented, obstructed, hindered, or hindered the administration of justice. Preserving evidence during the general sessions of murder trial. Releasing or made available sealed evidence to third parties. Violated a court order to protect sealed evidence photos. Breached her duty of accountability to the public, failing to discharge said duty. Using her public office to promote her book on social media for her own financial gain, and in violation of her duties based on video evidence, statements, and SLED investigation. More of the same. Hill allegedly requested and received $9,880.10 in financial bonuses for herself paid from Title IV-D incentive funds, obtaining them and using them for her own financial gain. Accused of receiving a financial gift of $2,000 paid by a check from the Colleton County Clerk of Court's office funds utilized in her own financial gain. So 11 grand, 12 grand, ma'am.
Her and that guy paid out of pocket to self-publish.
It's just stupidity. This is just all stupidity. And she's older too. How does she think? I mean, whatever. That was dumb. That was so dumb.
I had forgot about this ATS for a hot minute. Yeah, I was thinking about it the other day. I don't know why I forgot about it today. But she's the one who threatened that the smokers wouldn't be able to take a break. She's like, you won't be able to have any breaks, because she knew that people wanted to go outside and smoke. And so they couldn't go outside and smoke unless they came up with a verdict.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's literally like someone that's addicted to something. You know what I mean?
He could absolutely get a new trial.
I'm sure he will now.
Just based on her. I mean, he's not going anywhere. The guy's fucking done regardless. And like I said,
Right.
I mean, I have no love lost for that whatsoever. I don't think he's a good guy, but I just don't think justice was actually served in that particular case. Yeah, she thinks she would have learned how to be smarter than a criminal. Like,
Right?
gee,
Unless she just thought that nobody would check. Like nobody would
write a book about like how to get away with writing a book.
Oh my God. She didn't even do that. She didn't even get away with that.
I know. I'm gonna waste of space.
All right. You're leaving in 20-ish?
Yeah,
17?
about 15 minutes, yeah.
I'm going to preheat.
Got about an hour.
Okay.
Mike comes home today, so finally.
Very good. Wait, I think. Okay. You can hear it?
Yeah.
Oh, did you just put gum in your mouth?
May I approach?
I think he took it out.
Thank you.
Oh no, maybe he just licked his fingers to
Your
pull
Honor,
paper.
So Mr. Brennan was eating it. Okay.
Pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and to the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate. please, Your Honor.
Okay.
He's gonna go over how she failed her proficiency exams.
Oh,
And
for sure.
She wasn't allowed to touch evidence.
Oh, shit. What did I do? Shit. She looks like she's already losing her hair. Like this trial is already just making her, stressing her the fuck out already. Can we pick up the pace here? See, when Bev like touches her hair like that and stuff, I just wonder if that's a wig. Do you think Bev throws a wig on every morning so that her hair's already done?
It's like, I mean, it's like legit the
Exactly the
same
same.
all the time.
Exactly.
And it's such a terrible haircut. I mean, such a bad haircut.
It really makes me wonder. She's just like, instead of having to do my hair every morning, I'm going to throw
I
this
wanted to
wig.
put on one of those English
And Your Honor,
cut wigs.
there's one more exhibit that I have
Just for fun, one day, just show up like that.
Is it raining? Oh, I gotta go switch loads. Hurry up. What are you people doing?
I'm marking exhibits.
154.
And Your Honor, if I could just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more efficient for the last one.
It's like the 4-year-old
Thank you,
haircuts
Your
from
Honor.
the cartoon. It really is. Ems, if she had a choice of wig, you'd think she'd choose a better one.
For real though. This bitch is here again.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to.
She don't look great.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, she looks like she's trying, but she don't look great.
Unless they may approach to.
Also, I'll just say while I'm sitting here saying she don't look great, because that's really how I actually feel. Her suit today looks amazing. It's like one of my favorite outfits that she's had on.
It's like that purpley colored one.
It's like powder, yeah, like powder blue.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell, but it's like tailored right at the bottom, and she has nice shoes on today. I love her outfit today.
For the witness. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Let's talk about how you failed your proficiency exam, ma'am. Who are you to say that to her, ma'am? Who are these people? Who's that? Everyone should have to wear name tags.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Aw.
You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor.
I'm telling you right now, he better stop crinkling that fucking paper right at that microphone.
I know.
Now I know it was him from before.
They're correct.
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation.
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle.
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in...
I hope he asks if these were caused by the taillight or whatever else damage that you saw on the vehicle, would you expect to find tissue on that stuff? Like the taillight pieces, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. That Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Lessie, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly.
Yes,
Thank you.
shut up.
Shut up.
And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustain.
I mean, what's the big deal? If that's beyond the scope of her thing, then the answer is no. No, I didn't see anything I didn't observe anything that would have caused the wounds on his arm, because I'm not qualified to say that.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you.
You see what he did? He was like, the only reason he didn't take it down was because she said something. So he waited till he was ready to have it taken down.
He never even used it again.
Nope.
Did he really do that? That's fucking awesome.
Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Kent Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Which is interesting because Spanky told the jurors to pay attention to that spot when they went on their jury view. So I'm assuming that's coming up at some point, maybe with Welcher's testimony. So now they have her saying she didn't see anything there. So what would he have wanted them to look at?
Right. What was there after the fact?
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper and where it curls under the bumper, then what's the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's
correct. And you refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage.
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for
No
what?
blood.
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
And no blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test?
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also
lower
no
lying
visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so
Okay, I gotta go. I'll be
you
back.
were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes,
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. Have I got that correct?
correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red Solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 Solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at, is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same Solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which Solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
Did you confer
I
with
got her
anybody
sped
as
up?
to what?
Did that seem really fast? No, normal. Did her answer not seem super fast? Thought I had her sped up. Listen how quick she answered that.
Might be the why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
The fuck? What'd you just say? In this particular case, something?
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best Solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those Solo cups were collected from, which helped me making that decision.
What the fuck does that mean? Because they all came from just random spots in the yard from where he was. So what does that even mean?
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which Solo cup in the bag that these Solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present.
And neither did Gallagher or whoever it is that scooped it up into these cups because he didn't see him either.
At the scene at 34 Verio.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups.
Yeah, but which one of the 6, ma'am?
I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
They lied to you.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did Gallagher tell
Did
you?
anybody else convey that information to you at the Sallyport?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sallyport, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to
So it
me.
was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person.
I'm sure.
Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single Solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So this question, she didn't test all the cups. I thought last year she said that she basically swabbed all of them. Like she took 2 swabs, but they were from all the cups. But I guess that's not I don't know if that's not the case and I misunderstood last year, or what. I don't know. But how I understand what she's saying, what she's testifying to now, is that she only chose 1 cup of the 6 cups and she swabbed that 1 cup twice.
You left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No testing was done on those swabs.
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Okay.
Oh,
Sustained. We don't even know if it's blood. Somebody's ink pen might have exploded.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Didn't Gallagher testify that the chain of custody was he handed over to the lab, the MSP lab person, those samples?
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them over. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups. So it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them. So I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So Gallagher.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed, as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
What video?
Monday.
Well, that doesn't really make any sense because that video camera that would show this exact thing happening is all fucked up and black and with random bits of color in it, and you can basically see nothing.
And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it.
Certainly not clear enough to be able to tell if someone's wearing gloves.
Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand, so I knew what it consisted of.
Oh, hold on. I have to catch up with these. Hold on. She doesn't. Saw a video Thursday, she said. What date was that? The 8th.
I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry. Yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission. Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that you, well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could, please.
So basically just this. I mean, none of this would be exposed when it was intact. None of this.
Just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there is what would have been exposed when the may I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on,
You know what I just thought of and would basically mean that, okay, so I'm going to have to go pick up Bubby, but if she didn't swab any of that, then it's a little less interesting to me that they didn't find Proctor or Buchanan's DNA, which I would expect on these inside pieces had they been like pulling out pieces. You know what I mean? I'll be back. Don't do weird stuff.
the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present if there was DNA present on that swab. It would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct. I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight.
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all.
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, if that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay, so last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit, so I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
So stand without more of a foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I discuss, I'm sorry, can you ask that question again,
Sure.
please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent
You
glass.
talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it was a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With your honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you. With your honor's permission, if Mr. Woke, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you. With your honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and if you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure. Okay. And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only 1 sticker that you put on, and therefore only 1 volume of glass associated with 1 sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yes, yes.
picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, 1 sticker and 1 B, and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label 2 separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore equivocation, is that correct? Yes.
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Yes. Sustained.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to we can go back to the none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video. Thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it. Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken. So that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? And we can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed. If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening. And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
How do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is.
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it. Correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes. Okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center is to, so Ms. Hartnett can see what the, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to the, and go up above one, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle that. So this is these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. We talked you talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and
That was a really loud objection. What was that for?
understood. Objection. 7 and still average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So
Oh my God.
it's sustained without a proper foundation.
The hell?
Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, And from your role as a forensic scientist, two only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustain.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair. And within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? Recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, your honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shaped.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, it's not a trick here, but I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear?
Ma'am, a C goes like this. This goes like this. It's a backward C. Easy.
Claire, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast.
Also, why can't we see the sticker?
Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line? It's
Oh,
to
I
the left
remember
of the
this.
vertical line?
I remember from last year. Then there's going to be another picture and it's going to be the opposite way.
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit.
Look at it now.
Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair?
Oh, for crying out loud.
Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle. So do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles. Sure.
How do you know they're taken from different angles? Did you take
I was just about to say, what angle was the other one taken of that she's now saying this is a different angle? She said, didn't she say that she didn't take the pictures? Which originally in the first trial, I thought for sure that she said she took these photos. But she's saying somebody else took the photos. So.
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We sure can, Maureen.
Potentially, yes. Thank you.
Okay, so this one, if this is the first one that we looked at, okay. If this is the first one we looked at and we zoomed in, and then the other one is straight on from the back. No, that doesn't make sense. It's like it moved because, well, let's just have them pull it up. So yeah, see, so in this one, we only saw the very tip and it looked like it was going this way. And then we moved over. If anything, it should appear like in this one, when you're straight on, if anything, it should appear more like straight, like more up and down or whatever. But this one, it doesn't. It's fully hooked this way.
Maybe we zoom in, is it possible?
Yeah, Carla, I definitely think.
Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side of this?
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taking.
Let's start with the overall
Okay.
first, that you would like, and then we can, okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Yes, Maureen. But if anything, when you go head on, you would basically lose the hook in this one, not make it more pronounced than on the other side.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is slight.
Ma'am, he means it's not higher or lower, really.
Is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is the one camera angle appears for the who's ever taking the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes. Yes.
It's horizontal.
And you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
They're same orientation, right?
They're both horizontal.
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation.
Ma'am, orientation means, okay, they're both horizontal. One's not vertical and one's not horizontal. They're both horizontal.
I think
Surely she knows that. Surely.
one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Are they both
So,
oriented horizontally?
Is the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented,
Oh
I
my
think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct?
Exactly,
It's the
Grace.
same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570
Harry.
upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in. Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make the conclusion.
And actually, her sticker doesn't really look all that different to me. Like, this doesn't look more straight to me. But I can't do it right now. So obviously I can't put one on top of the other, but like the sticker doesn't look that off. Like you would expect this to be perfectly straight on, and it's not. They don't look much different.
I can't make any other conclusion.
Not enough to make the whole ass hair look, entirely different. Like,
Because they're from different angles, I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
yeah, for sure.
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
Or wind opening the bay
I've
doors.
never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than And is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
Of course.
Mr. Wolf? Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure,
we
you can put it
that-
back up on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two
Jim, I've said that exact thing. Where's the salt inside the broken taillight, which you would expect there to be since it was said to have been broken for that whole drive?
depictions that are up on the screen
Do I have any explanation of what?
of those two depictions that you're certain of?
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you can walk out at the end of the
Please follow me. Please rise for the jury.
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
I guess it's just going to end. Are we live right now? Is this live? Oh, no. Okay. So that's the end. Wow. Tomorrow should be good. Why did it just say unavailable? Did you see it said unavailable? Oh, Lacey, the end was not boring. Teresa, are you here but not here? Unavailable, just like the truth, Jim said. Well, that's interesting. I think the hair clearly moved, which to me is very strange how it then would have lasted the entire drive from Dighton. That doesn't make any sense. The reflection, the glass thing? Yeah, hold on. All right, I think I found it. All right. I kind of want to go back some.
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent glass.
You talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
So this is like a horrible photograph because see how you can see the sticker here? The sticker's actually like, I don't know, like here. I don't know. It's somewhere like here, but it looks like it's there.
You put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it was a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection.
And something about this here that is interesting to me is she wasn't able to determine if there was any apparent glass inside the taillight housing unit. But for whatever reason, she was able to determine that this here on the bumper was apparent glass.
Right.
Correct.
With your honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133.
Okay.
If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor. Thank you. With your honor's permission, if Mr. Woke, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
That's absolutely just the reflection off the back of her car.
You asked to see this one.
Hi, Teresa.
Hi, honey.
I mean, it's clearly the reflection. I don't know why she wanted to die on this hill. Like, I don't know how she's denying that it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's clearly a reflection. And she can't say that she put another sticker, another B sticker. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, yeah, I thought there were two areas. There's only one area. And you're muted. I don't know if you mean to be, but to me, it's obvious it's a reflection.
Yeah, I grabbed some, well, since I was on my phone for the trip, I grabbed some screenshots so that we could kind of look at them closer. I tried to anyway.
You can really tell when he has it where, like, you can see the reflection and the actual sticker. And what's crazy about this is, so she didn't take the picture. So if she were testifying based on her reviewing the picture, then I could see being like, oh, there was two areas because there's two stickers there. But she apparently had that in her notes too. And that's just simply can't be true because there's not two. Like, if she was writing her notes while she was standing there, she did not write that there's two areas and she put two stickers. You know what I mean? Because she didn't. She couldn't have.
Right. That's what I was saying. I was like, it's in your notes. She's like, well, sometimes I put the same letter. I'm like, it's in your notes. You know whether you have two Bs, a B1, a B2, a B5, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You know you have it. Like, go to your notes and say, no, I only have one B, which I'll tell you, the thing I could not figure out for the life of me was how that's a fucking B.
So
somebody in chat asked you, like, can you show me how it's actually mirrored? And I was like, can somebody show me how it's a fucking B? Because I don't even see a B.
Yeah. So last trial and this trial, like, I was looking at it as, I thought it was like two stickers that had the letter I on it, or one.
It's like an I on top of each other, just a little off.
Those are the holes of the uppercase B.
What?
Yes.
No.
I'll show you.
Okay.
Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just one sticker and therefore one volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot.
I'll wait till I zoom in more.
You're saying this is a reflection?
Yes.
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you.
I like that he's like, I can't testify. You're the only one here who can actually testify.
Do you see a reverse B?
Okay, where's a B?
One, can you see you can. Okay, so one line down, swoop, swoop.
What?
B. I'm making the B shape. B.
You're just making a B shape. There's no B there.
Well, it is. These are like the holes.
A hole would be a circle or like a gumdrop.
Yeah, they're just not though. She has ones with straight lines, I guess. So if it were an A, it would probably look exactly the same.
Yeah, that's just silly. But I mean, it's a reflection, so it really doesn't matter. But I was just so confused on how the fuck it was a B. I was like, this doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, that's absolutely positively a reflection.
Okay, so I'm gonna switch you out for just a second because I want to talk about this because I think we talked about this last trial too. But okay, so here on this photo.
Oh, I got it wrong. Supposedly, apparently, there's a B somewhere on the left side of the sticker that I didn't see.
Yeah, I don't see. I just see two eyes.
Yeah.
I.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. So in this side by side that he did, so this.
Oh wait, why does this one look exactly the same for the hair? She labeled it the same.
I. It's all eyes. They're all. That's why I'm like, there's something else on this damn label that we can't see.
Yeah, because that looks exactly the same as the one. I have you on one side and I'm looking at the other one from the other, and they look the same.
Yeah,
So
they all look like eyes.
Okay.
The B is next to the lines in the middle.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't see it. So this one. Okay. So if you pay attention to the angles of these photos, this is what gets me. So this one is, like taken from almost like a right angle, like you're taking the photo from this direction, and you can see that the label is kind of at that slant. It goes up.
Teresa, I see it. I see it.
You see it? Okay. And then this one is taken from this angle, right? And you can see that it goes up over here, right? Do you see that?
Yeah.
So like, this one's to the left and this one's almost to the right. So now think about this apparent hair, okay? If I'm taking the photo from the right, I should be able to see the C shape pretty clearly because I'm coming at it from the right, and it's like essentially like attached here and attached here. You see what I mean? Like it's kind of up and over. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So why is it that when I'm seeing it from the right-hand side, I can see the C? I should be able to see, if I'm looking at this photo from the right-hand side, that C should be backwards. Do you see what I'm saying?
The one that the one on your right now is the one that was taken head on.
Right. Well, that's my point. So like if I'm looking at it, if I'm looking at this one from an angle,
on the right side, it should
from
be
the right side,
C.
I should see a C.
Correct. That's why they're saying it had to have moved.
It did move. Absolutely.
Right. All right, now look at this.
Okay. Put you back up here. Hold on. Oh shit. I'll let you do it. What you're doing.
You see it?
Oh, there's a B.
Yes.
It's on the line. It's B, and then it'll be like
Right
B1.
here.
I see it. Yep. I see it.
That was hard. That was hard.
That's hard. Is the B
So now
the one in? That's the one in. That's the one on the bumper, or is that the one in the reflection? Because it looks like the reflection to me.
Well.
So show me the other one.
Okay, this is the other one, and there's your B.
Oh, there it is. Look it. It's the opposite way. It is.
Yep.
Woo!
Come on, Maureen.
The court literally zoomed in on the B.
Yeah, but I really have to.
Then.
I have to like get close to my computer and like look at it from a weird angle to see it because of the white glare or whatever. So this is the actual bumper, and it's a B, like a normal B for us. And then the other one is a backwards B. It's a reflection. So they are 100% the same. So where's this other piece that she says she found?
Okay, where are we going? Where'd you go?
I took mine down because I'm just saying, if she's still saying that there's two spots that she took last time, where's the other one? Because this is 100% the one that's in the reflection.
Let me see the other one here.
Yeah, different colored stickers would be way more efficient than whatever this is.
Absolutely agree.
I mean, even a yard sale, they use different colored stickers.
So, and I was going to say, they were talking about the solo cups, and he was giving her a bunch of shit about like that she only took like the 2 swabs out of the 1 cup. Yeah. Well, the thing is I don't even know why she bothered to do that. She didn't need to take anything out of anything because you couldn't test it. It couldn't be tested.
Right.
So
but also now
it's almost like she did that to like make whoever was standing there feel better, because there was never any intent on ever testing any of it.
And why did Gallagher say that it was collected and taken away by the state police? She said she never took possession of it.
No, because the state police, the state police are Clark and Brent or whatever. Clark, just Clark, and who was the other one that was there? The first guy that testified today.
He said, I forget what specifically he called it. What day was Gallagher on? Let me see. maybe 10. Continued cross. Gallagher, he says he gave it to somebody specifically, not by name, but he called them something, like the MSP something.
Like the crime, like that, like her crime people, like the whatever she is or whatever he was.
He was one of the people there when MSP came to the Sallyport to process the Lexus. Hold on. Showing a series of 4 photos from the change of custody in the Sallyport, and they're put on the screen. That's the photos of, I guess, the license plate, the Solo cups, shop and stop bag with the Solo cups.
Mm-hmm.
Criminalist. The MSP criminalist. So it says, Jackson, unsealed and unsecure biological material near the right rear panel of the SUV would not be normal protocol for securing evidence, correct? And Gallagher said, this was in the hands of a criminalist. Exchange of custody. I don't have an issue with it. He doesn't know if in the hands of a trained criminalist that cross-contamination was an issue. So, I mean, the other guy was just taking pictures. He's not a criminalist. She's the criminalist.
She's a forensic scientist too.
Well, then who's the criminalist? Nobody testified to being the criminalist.
I don't know. Let me see real quick. Yeah, she's a forensic scientist. I mean, but who knows if he even knows what she is? But she doesn't take anything with her. She doesn't take any of those cup stuff with her at all. Criminalist, this is a fancy word. That's probably who he meant, but I think that.
I thought he meant her.
Yeah, because he's Massachusetts State Police too.
Who?
The Clark guy. The picture.
Yeah, he's.
Yuri and Proctor were there towing, following the truck and processing when CERT found the pieces. No. Timeline wise, that's incorrect. So the car actually, the SUV arrives at the Sallyport at 5:31 p.m. Sleuthie would be able to tell me the exact time that the first piece was actually logged to be found. I think it's 5:52. Sleuthie, correct me. So the time frame is very minimal from the time it actually arrives at the Sallyport to the time they found the first piece, but the vehicle is at the Sallyport already. Nobody's driving it anymore when the first piece is actually logged to be found. But it's a very small window of time, but that's why they keep pushing that it would only take 3 minutes to get over there. And then Cool Whip, you asked about the glass. We haven't heard 5:45. Okay, 5:45. 5:45. So it gets there 5:31. I think it's being pulled in at 5:34. We see it on the camera that's inverted at 5:34. First piece is found at 5:45. And it was the small clear piece. And then, Cool, you asked about if the glass matches. Well, we haven't heard yet in this trial, but in the first trial, we find out that the glass piece that was found that she's talking about from here does not actually match the glass piece from the glass that's found at the scene. So it's interesting because when they were talking today, she was saying like she doesn't know what glass is inside the tail light. Like she doesn't know what's inside that part, and she talks about that when on that video that there's pieces of taillight that are falling, or pieces from that area that are falling off. So I was like, that's exactly where they're going, which they did not do the first trial, is that whatever the glass piece is from inside the taillight housing. It's something that's from inside the actual housing. So when it's falling off, it can just fall and just lay there, and that's why it's there on the bumper versus, you know, it wasn't hard for her to get off. It wasn't bedded. It wasn't any of those things. So I think that's something they didn't do the first trial, which I thought was interesting. Yeah, well, Bob can say the glass doesn't match because then the first trial we're told the glass doesn't match. But in this trial, the jury hasn't heard that yet. So unless they hear it, it doesn't really matter that we know it. That's the part that really sucks right now, is trying to understand what this jury is hearing and how they're piecing it together versus us, who know too much about the case now. It's made of a, but do we remember what type of glass it ends up being? Because remember, it's a parent glass until it's confirmed to be glass. Let me see. Let me go to the lady. Let me go to the next lady who does it. Let me look at my notes from last year. Is the one that has the short hair, is it her, Ashley Valier? Photo. So was it, I'm trying to figure out, did the analyst end up actually finding out if that glass was actually glass? I mean, we know it didn't match, but I don't remember what she said it was. Glass did not match cup. I think she does say it's glass. One piece of glass was consistent with cup. No matches from glass pieces to cup. No bumper glass. The bumper glass does not match the cup. So I'm assuming, since I wrote glass, that she says it was glass. And so the plastic and the glass did not. This is the other chick. This is the crime lab, Christina Hanley. Plastic and glass did not compare the plastic pieces to see if the plastic pieces matched each other. So I'm wondering, like, so who do you guys think that the Commonwealth still has? We know they have Aperture with Welcher. We know that, I think that's like the main one. Then the medical examiner, who I think they're going to call, but other people are actually thinking they might not call the medical examiner. And then are we going to have one of the lab people actually come in? A neurologist?
Yeah, there's the neurosurgeon.
Yeah.
Aperture for sure.
Let me see. I mean, who knows who they're actually going to call, though, is what I'm trying to figure out. This is the pathologist, Renee Stonebridge, that they had last time, the tattooed girl. I don't know if they're going to call her.
I don't think they'll call her. I think they're going to call the neurosurgeon instead.
And not the medical examiner.
I mean, maybe not, because if they call the neurosurgeon, then they'll be basically just focusing on the brain injury rather than like the marks on his arm or missing marks everywhere else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Did we end up getting a ruling on Hanky trying to bring in the Aruba witnesses? Did she ever, do we have a ruling from her?
I don't think so. I can look, but I mean, she's probably going to let it.
I mean, it's kind of weird. It'd be kind of weird now, no, for him to put them on.
Well, his order of witnesses is bizarre anyway, so.
That's true. Yeah, I have not heard whether that was like okayed by her. And then, you know, I mean, he has to bring on one of the lab people at least, right? Not if not both.
I don't know how he's not going to bring in Ashley Valier to say that the plastic all went back on. Yeah. But it's so crazy because it all stayed together and they like had all these pieces, but it doesn't make sense to me that now it's like breaking and we don't even know, like it's breaking off the taillight. And so what was one piece when it was collected might now be 3 pieces. How are they being broken? Like who's handling these that they're not, you know what I mean? Is there any care in how these are being handled at all? The Aruba people are on the witness list, but Hank said he wasn't going to call them. He had no intention of calling them, but now he says he does because the defense read all the texts with Higgins and it brought up the Aruba trip. I think Maureen did worse this year than she did last year. That's for damn sure. I don't know how they missed that last year about that being a reflection. I'm curious if anybody that was like streaming it last year mentioned that.
Did last year, did she say it was 2?
Yeah. And I don't think it was caught.
Well, let's go find out. I don't remember.
I can't wait to see what Peter says. Defense pokes holes is what he did, but I don't know. I personally, for me, it discredited her for me simply because now I don't know if she's didn't mark another section of glass or whatever, or if she's just going off of these pictures that somebody else took and then made her testimony that. Also, that footage that actually shows the taillight, that was bizarre to me because I absolutely saw like things falling off, but it looked like huge chunks of stuff. And I hadn't noticed that before, and I just don't know what that would even be. Like if it was, I mean, maybe, but then it led into the glass situation. Then he started asking her about the glass. Also, it was so jumpy. I just find it so interesting that the actual footage that would show what Michael Proctor was doing right when it got pulled in. Oh, I can pull it up with all. Right as that thing was pulled in is like nowhere. I don't understand that. I'm going to find it so I can show with all because I definitely did see it. I saw it with my eyes. And that was on my phone. Usually I can't see shit.
Okay, it's right here.
Correct.
And you see any of that in this photograph here?
Yes, I do.
And could you
Was
direct
it for last year?
attention using laser pointer to where you observed that and what, if any area of damage or what that's to note?
There's a sticker here, and I know you can't see it. I don't know if you can zoom in.
I'll go back on the hair. I don't want to go to the hair. I want to go to the black.
Anything in this photograph in regard to something that you had marked?
Yes, that's the rear bumper of the SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little on that placard. Okay. And Ms. Hartnett, in this photograph, what, if anything, is depicted that you noted something sort of black or further examine that later?
There's pieces of apparent glass here on the bumper.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
See, I don't think that he says it's 2. I think Brennan said it today.
Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
This is the rear passenger exterior right below the tail light on the Lexus SUV.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
come up. Speaking.
I wonder if Lolly's like, you fucking idiot. Even I know.
Sergeant, again, photograph 2573, what's now marked as exhibit 169.
Wait, this is a different pic. Wait a minute.
Yes, I do.
And if you could
Is what is he about to look at? The hair?
I don't know.
explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is the area of the rear passenger side of the vehicle, just below the taillight.
And if I get past sort of towards the top center of that photograph, if you could zoom in on that area.
But is that the hair right there?
Did you observe another sort of sticker or placard that you placed in
Nope.
that area?
Yeah, the hair. This is an entirely different photo than what we just saw.
I don't know if that's the hair.
I'm sorry, I can't see what the letter is on it, so I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
Yeah, the trunk is wide open and the tailgate.
So, Mr. Lally, when you read, when you put your head down to read, your voice goes down considerably. You can't get a recording of your voice, so you need to speak up.
Honestly, we've heard way less of the getting yelled at, and I appreciate it. Ooh, what's all this? Oh.
I'm telling you, see, they didn't even talk about it. He already went through
If
it.
you could, with reference to the two areas up on that, if you could zoom in that area.
Wait, now it has a sticker? It didn't have a sticker before. Miss Gilman, what are you doing, ma'am?
This is a D.
A D.
Carmen, can you see better there as far as what the sticker is and what you had noted there?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury?
This isn't the hair. This is the scratches.
I noted there were scratches in that area.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the one above.
That's
Also within this exhibit 172.
the hair.
There's another sticker further upward on the vehicle. What, if anything, did you
Where there, Lally?
observe in that particular area?
In that area, I noted the apparent hair.
Yeah. These are entirely different pictures. The tailgate,
yes,
the window for the back thing is open and the tailgate is down.
So that's different than what they showed today.
100%. The one that I saw today.
I was driving, so I was mostly listening, so I don't know.
Yeah, the one that I saw today, everything was closed. These are entirely different photos than the other ones that we saw today.
Because you can't see the hair.
No,
I think we
I
see
mean,
these. I don't. Maybe they just didn't show that one.
you can't see the bumper in the one with the scratches and the hair just now that we saw. You can't see the bumper. It's like they put the tailgate down.
Well, we saw hair, and they did hair up here. I fast forwarded over it to get to the.
See how the tailgate's closed?
Yeah.
Before, earlier in your testimony about
This is from last year. Still, it was just before the part that I was trying to show on the bumper.
Yeah, but then
Lolly
go to
doesn't
wherever you
say that
just
it's
were.
different ones. Lolly
Okay,
only
that's
says
clearly
it's
a
one.
reflection, Teresa.
I know, but I'm telling you, Lolly doesn't say that it's two. He only says there's one. He only
this is
talks
last
about
year?
one. Yeah, Brennan is the one who fucks it up today and says it's two. So I don't think
Good,
anybody
he
said
deserves
anything
it.
last year because it wasn't even a big deal.
Yeah, but then if he said two, she went along with it like there was, because then she was not willing to say that there was not two.
Correct.
I mean, we're looking right at it. It's clearly a reflection. I don't
Right,
know how
and
all
go
of us
back,
missed
go
it.
back to it.
I guess I just assumed.
in this photograph in regard to something that you had marked.
Yes, that's the rear bumper of the SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little on that placard. Okay. And Ms. Hartnett, in this photograph, what, if anything, is depicted that you noted something sort of black or further examine that later?
There's pieces of apparent glass here on the bumper.
Pieces in that whole ass area, she's saying. Oh, I see one piece.
Right here and right here.
I see.
yes.
See, that's it. He doesn't say there's two. That's a fucking Brennan thing.
Yeah, so we could see that it was a reflection. That's probably why no one brought it up, because they weren't being hairy about it. But then when Brennan today became hairy about it and got her to say that it was two.
God, Brennan's a fucking idiot. They're probably
Yeah.
sitting there talking to each other, laughing, writing notes back and forth like fucking moron.
All right, someone asked to see something, and I have it pulled up. From today, oh shit. From today, stuff falling. They didn't know where to look. I know I saw it. I just didn't really know what it was. But now that I'm looking at it on the big screen, it may actually be snow. Like, is all this snow? Is this snow? Snow, snow, snow? Because if so, then I can see that being what falls off. But I'm going to show you, like, look, like.
How'd you get rid of us and put us on the other side? I'm just going to get rid of us. There.
I made us a new, so if you go all the way to the, oh shit, if you go all the way to the right, it says custom, custom layout one.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah, I like us there. Okay, so now let me make this big so I can see. Okay. So I would just look like right here, but I definitely saw, I think it was 2 or 3 times I saw something.
Okay.
Let's see. I'll try to catch it and then stop. I have them muted, so I don't know if they're.
What is on the screen now, that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window
So yeah, so I'm guessing this is all snow, and that's probably what I saw falling off.
of the lift gate of the vehicle.
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sallyport on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle.
Now he should know. There's no way that that was on the back of the vehicle days later, because this is
the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time? Precipitation.
Do not recall.
And does this?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation since.
9:27 p.m.
2020 good video would be helpful.
Okay.
May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to look at the I want to look at the differences in the timestamps too, to see what all is missing.
9:32 now.
Right there.
Yeah, that was a big chunk of snow.
Yeah, right here. For anybody that didn't see it before, I'll rewind. It's this whole chunk right here. Right here. Gone. There's going to be another one too. Oh, I can mute them. So see that piece falls off right there. And then it happens again, I know. Somewhere, maybe over on the other side. I'm not sure. Maybe here. Right here. It's about to go. There it goes.
Why is the hair not falling off?
Also, there's more. More just went. I think they paused it. So the question is, this is 9:33 at night. So this is 4 hours later. Why is there still snow melting off this car in a heated garage 4 hours later?
Because they still have the fucking doors open, knowing them.
Well, we watched them close it. So did somebody take it back outside and put it back in? Because there ain't no way, there's absolutely no way this went into a heated garage and for 4 hours this snow held on. There's just no way. But yeah, I definitely saw that. I don't remember seeing that last time either.
Who testifies about testing the hair? Do you remember?
Oh, more just fell off, it looks like. She did.
She doesn't test the hair. She just collects the hair.
Oh, she determined that it was apparent hair.
Yeah. And then who tested the hair to see if it was hair?
It would probably be Bodie Labs.
Who was that? And why can I not find?
That would be. Come on. Oh, could it have been Christina Hanley?
If it is, I don't have most of her notes. I have her cross, but not her direct. I have a lot of plastic with her from the notes I do have, not the hair. She's quick. Let me see.
She analyzed 9 pieces of clear apparent glass.
Yeah.
And then a single piece of glass from Proctor that was no physical match to anything. So it was not a physical match to any of the 9 pieces, nor the bumper.
All right, let me see. So
It says no cup. It says no cup pieces on bumper. The only match from the bumper was to 1 piece from the road found by Proctor. And it's not from the cup. It doesn't match anything from the yard.
It's just a completely different glass piece.
Yeah, there was apparently 5 pieces found on the bumper.
Yeah, so it's 5 pieces of glass found on the bumper.
The items from the bumper did not match the cup. The single piece from Proctor didn't match the cup or any of the 9 pieces that were found in the yard.
Yeah, here.
Right. There are several items that I'll just have to refer to my conclusion, if that's okay, on my report.
Yes, you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes. So item 3-2 was found to have a physical match.
Oh, is this the trial channel? Who is this?
Trial channel? Fuck yeah, it is. It's my favorite channel in the world.
So they put that stuff on the bottom left of the screen. But while you're listening to this, check your DM because I'm going to send you Brandy's diagram.
Okay.
It's actually a really, really good diagram.
With 6 of the pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12. But there was no physical match with the 3 other pieces from 7-12.
Based on that physical match that you determined, what, if any, conclusions can you come to with regard to those items that were physical?
Sure. So item 3-2 and the 6 pieces from 7-12 were at one time together as one unit. So then item 3-2 and all 9 pieces from item 7-12 were examined microscopically. However, there was no physical match found with the piece of clear glass from 7-14. Item 3-2 and all 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12 were examined microscopically, but no physical match was found with 2 of the pieces from the clear apparent glass from item 3-3.
They make this so complicated.
Now, with reference to item 3-3 and item 7-14, what, if any, comparison examination were you able to do in reference to that?
Sure. So item 3- so 2 of the clear glass pieces from 3-3 were examined microscopically. No physical match was found with the piece of clear glass from item 7-14.
That's not clear. That's one.
One of the pieces that I had labeled as piece E from item 3-3 was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with examined portions of the piece of clear glass from item 714.
That Proctor found in the road.
Accordingly, the
only one of those five
examined portion of the piece of clear glass that I labeled as E from item 3-3 could have originated from the examined portion of the piece of clear glass from item 714 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you used a term in there as far as instrumental properties. Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to your examination in this case?
I want to try to find I want to see if the other items reviewed, see if it's heard.
That's really a great graphic.
18.18. What if any other?
That is pretty good, especially if you're listening to it and going over it. Like you can kind of see what they're talking about. So out of the 5 pieces found on the bumper, one of those 5 pieces happens to match one piece of clear apparent glass from the scene that
From
also
the road.
doesn't match the cup and doesn't match anything else.
Right.
So like somebody just has
Almost.
a couple pieces of broken glass, sets it down on the ground and sets one piece on her car.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep.
I mean, that's kind of weird.
No, he did not
unless-
finish cross.
Yeah, no, we'll get her back in the morning.
Other description did you have as far as what that item was or where it came from?
So 7-18.18 is scrapings, trace material recovered from the victim's clothing.
I don't want that.
And that would be both an orange T-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those particular items, as far as the debris, that was provided.
I want to know
you're
who
within the lab,
testified about the hair.
I believe it was Maureen that did the scraping of the clothing and had those scrapings transferred to our unit for further examination.
And that would be Maureen Hartman, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as what if any items, the other item was 3-1, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the actual sort of taillight housing from the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to your notes, who, if anyone, provided that piece of evidence to your unit or to your lab for that comparison purpose?
I would have to double check I believe it was Maureen, but I'm not. I would have to double check in my.
Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was Trooper Christopher Moore that had that item delivered to the lab.
Now, with reference to item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the vehicle, what, if any, observations or things did you note in regard to your sort of initial examination of the taillight?
So I did notice that there were portions of the taillight, portions that were clear and red that had broken irregular edges. It appeared to be that there was damage to it.
Now, with reference to your examination just of the taillight, now, what, if any, instruments did you utilize in the course of your examination of the taillight?
Sure. So during my examination, a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, as well as a FTIR with a microscope attachment, and a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
Now, the frame of the FTIR, I believe you've already discussed in your testimony. As far as the microspec is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what that instrument is and how it's used and how you used it in this examination specifically?
Sure. So a microspec is used to examine items that have color. I
about this. I want
noted that there was some clear plastic material, one of the red plastic pieces, measured approximately. Yes.
And with regard to that debris, the clear and red plastic from the debris, what, if any, examination starting with the clear plastic material that you observed, what, if any?
Clear plastic from item 3-1 taillight or from another source with the same characteristics. In color, microscopic appearance, instrumental properties with the examined portions of the red plastic from the taillight item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18.
I don't think it's her. I'm going to just double check and see if the trial channel happens to have it tagged on Ashley's.
Good afternoon. Could you
A physical match has clothing debris, plastic in the glass, processing procedures, the tail light pieces. I only remember her talking about tail light pieces too. Labeling and fitting the pieces, matching the pieces together. Yeah, not her. Okay. I don't know who the hell tested the hair. Did they not talk about who tested the hair? Why do I remember them talking about the hair? Just because of the stupid thing on the bumper? I'll have to just go back and listen to these like in full. But there's no other lab person. I feel like Lolly just said it. I mean, because then after her is the one we just listened to, and then we get Bukaki, then we get Proctor. Let me see if there's anybody else that comes up from the lab. Gallerani, that's the Needham one. We saw him today. Bodie Tech. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Somebody said Bodie Tech. DNA, Nicholas Bradford. 14 years education, DNA processing procedure. It's him. Okay, hold on. I found him.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Tiley.
Thank you.
You are unmuted.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for sure?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And is that what you did for, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
I graduated the academy January of 2006. Of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male contributor.
Sample ID 8-1.1.1.
Yes.
And
correct.
So there were a number of items that you received. If you could identify them for the jury, what you received, and specifically sort of what you looked at.
Yeah, so we received an apparent hair. We received an extract from a taillight from a vehicle, and we received 2 reference samples from 2 troopers from the Massachusetts State Police.
He testified that the hair shaft was not likely to give an STR profile, but he did it anyway. He did not process for the STR because it was not viable for nuclear DNA. Decided to try the mitochondrial, and then he sent it to Test Chart, who did that. And then Test Chart said that John could not be excluded. Okay, so proficiency testing, she has references. She references the profile of John. She continued testing of the hair with the mitochondrial. John could not be excluded regarding the hair with a 95% confidence. God, that was gonna bug the shit out of me. So they did end up doing the mitochondrial, and Tara, read my last comment. Nicholas Bradford testified last time about the hair. Is that his name? No, Nicholas Bradford. No, that's not him. That's not him, right? No, that's Nicholas Bradford is. It is Nicholas Bradford. Yeah, never mind. You're right. I apologize. And then Test Chart. I was thinking, what's the other guy's name? The Nicholas guy that I was thinking was the lab guy that didn't testify this time. Sorry, that was my bad. You're 100% right, and I should have just known that just because. Yeah, so this dude. So we're not going to list all of it because then it goes over to Tess. So this is what she said.
From the victim, John O'Keefe.
Now, your specialty within the lab is in mitochondrial DNA testing, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury, as far as the mitochondrial DNA, let me ask you this first. Are you also familiar with the term known as autosomal DNA?
I am, yes.
If you could, Ms. Chart, explain to the jury first what autosomal DNA is, and then what mitochondrial DNA is, and then I'll have another question.
Of course. So,
you know what's weird?
Familiar.
The notes here say the hair was 95% John O'Keefe's.
With a 95% confidence, she said that he could not be excluded.
Yeah, the note just says
it means it could be called.
Yeah, it says the hair was 95% John O'Keefe's. Mitochondrial DNA from hair was consistent with John O'Keefe. He cannot be excluded.
Right.
Check through database and able to exclude 99.895% of the population.
But bald, so.
And then true. But he has like arm hair and stuff.
Yeah, it does. We have no idea where it came from.
The DNA swab from the taillight was a mixture of John and 2 unrelated individuals.
Yes, that's the DNA.
Yeah, he's the guy after her, Andre Porto. Who was the one that said there was all those DNAs on his shoe?
Yeah, Andre Porto is the one who talks about the 3 contributors on the upper right leg of the jeans. 3 contributors on the sample stain of the upper right leg from the jeans. Like, they're not. You don't think they're going to bring any of these people in? Like, I would think they have to bring these people in.
I don't know. I think they're probably just going to rely on like the jury assuming that the blood on his clothes in the snow is all, because if they bring these people in, then they also have to explain like there's no tissue or blood on any of the pieces of taillight that supposedly ripped open his arm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, as far as I know, did she, I don't know. I can't remember. Did they even like swab the individual pieces of taillight, or did she only swab the parts that would have been the exterior part of the taillight on the housing unit?
She didn't swab the inside.
Yeah, but did she swab the outside portions of the pieces that were found?
That's what she testified to, Hartnett.
Oh, she did.
Oh, does Paul have any sons? You know what? He has kids. I have no idea. But we know that. Oh wait, no, that's mom.
But couldn't it have also been Patrick? Couldn't it have also been his dad? Or no?
No, it can't be his dad.
Could it be Patrick?
It shouldn't be Patrick because it's the mom.
And the mom, his mom was John's sister. Oh, I see what you're saying. Have to be John's mom.
Well,
but wouldn't her grandkids also have her DNA? I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah, but I don't know if they would be able to test the mitochondrial that way. Let me see. Yeah. General principle is it's the maternal inheritance. There is some evidence suggesting that in rare cases, a small portion of paternal can be inherited. Yeah, it's the female line. So it wouldn't be Paul's son, because Paul can't pass on mitochondrial DNA. It could be Patrick. If it's determined that it was a Y, that it had a Y chromosome, it could be Patrick, because Patrick would have mitochondrial DNA from his mom, who got it from her mom. But it can't be Paul's kid. It can't be Paul's kids. It's got to be Paul or John, in my opinion. But they were in the bag with the shirt. You know what? If he was dragged, what about the belt? And why are we not seeing it anymore? Yeah, what the fuck happened to the belt? I honestly don't know where the belt went. Indiana Girl, it's like gone. Like there's no more belt. It's just disappeared and nobody wants to talk about it anymore. The son could have it because it's his grandma. No, because only girls will pass on their mitochondrial DNA. So Paul's son could not have it. Does that make sense? Patrick could have it, but Paul's son can't because Paul's mitochondrial DNA comes from his mom. Or not Paul's kids. So Paul's kids' mitochondrial DNA comes from Aaron. You understand what I'm saying? So there's Peggy. Peggy has 3 children. She passes on her mitochondrial DNA to those 3 children. Now, John and Paul cannot pass on the mitochondrial DNA to their children because it comes only from the mom, but John's sister would have passed on her mitochondrial DNA to her 2 children. It only can come from the woman. You all have it, both men and women have it, but you can only get it from the chick. I hope that makes sense. Did Kayla testify? Kaylee did testify. She testified right off the bat this morning, and nobody was in the courtroom for it, so we just kind of listened. And essentially, it was and really uneventful. She said that their relationship seemed to deteriorate after New Year's, and that they were fighting, and Karen yelled louder than John did, which doesn't really surprise me. She's loud anyway. And then on cross, Yannetti asked her if Karen helped her with school projects and if Karen took her to a private school to tour the campus and things like that. Right, but that's what I was saying. But we would know if it was only male because they should have found the Y chromosome that would rule out Kaylee, is what I'm saying. And that would make it so that it would have to be Patrick, John, or Paul. Yeah, that cross was just like how much did you know what? I think I put some screenshots in chat. Let me see real quick. I'll pull them up. So this is like the reporter notes. So and McLaughlin did the questioning, asked the niece to point out Reed. The niece looks at Reed from the corner of her eye and says she's wearing blue. So Sleuthie was right and I was wrong. It's not purple, it was blue apparently. Surprise, surprise, Sleuthie was right. Then the niece is now 17. She was 14 at the time of O'Keefe's death. She was questioned by McLaughlin. She has a brother who is 3 years younger. She plays softball. She still lives at O'Keefe's home with her grandparents. She called her Uncle JJ. At the last minute, she had a couple other additional reporters allowed to enter the courtroom, stand in the media corner, and take handwritten notes during the niece's testimony. She was on the stand for nearly an hour. The judge thanks the jurors for their patience and their understanding about yesterday. She asks her 3 questions. Okay, jurors enter. I'm going backwards. I apologize. I'm going backwards in time. Let me go forwards in time. So 1051, 1053. The niece says that after Reed started dating O'Keefe again in 2020, she stayed over about once a week. Later on, it became daily. Says she would get food and go shopping with Reed. When asked about her relationship with Reed, the niece pauses before saying that on some days they were on a good standard, but not on others. She would kind of like not ignore me, but it felt like a coldness toward me. Said the reporter says Reed listens to the niece and has no expression on her face, holds a finger to her left ear. The niece says Reed's SUV had a screen that showed the backup camera. The niece says that O'Keefe and Reed's relationship changed at the end of 2021. They were fighting a lot, she says, usually like more towards night. Says O'Keefe seemed frustrated while talking to Reed on the phone. She was very upset, angry. Niece says of Reed, her voice was louder than her uncle's. The judge instructs the jurors about upcoming testimony, says it's only to be used to determine Reed's state of mind. Several young people, early teens, are crowded onto the benches where the O'Keefe family normally sits. The niece describes a New Year's trip to Aruba where she says she witnessed a fight in her hotel room, says her uncle came in and told her brother to get off his iPad, says Reed then entered and stood up for her brother. Niece says Reed started yelling that he had kissed someone else, says JJ, you started saying it didn't happen, says Reed was very loud and very upset. The niece says O'Keefe came into her room and fell asleep in her bed. And then the niece says there were more fights when they returned home to Canton. She refers to Reed as the defendant in her testimony. I remember hearing him say that their relationship was good but had run its course. She says Reed was upset. O'Keefe asked her to leave. She did not want to leave. Says O'Keefe then more aggressively asked her to leave. It was more like stern, she says. Says Reed followed O'Keefe upstairs. He wouldn't let her into the bedroom, and she began to bang on the door. She says, I would tell that there was like tension. They were cold towards each other. She says the tension surfaced a couple times per week. Says she heard Reed on the phone saying she and her brother were worried. Heard O'Keefe say it's run its course. Okay. On 1/28/2022, she and a friend were celebrating getting into a private high school. Her younger brother had gone to a sleepover. O'Keefe went out, sent her a text asking if she was okay. Per house rules, she plugged in her phone in her uncle's room and went to bed. Okay. That's interesting. The niece then says that Reed woke her at 4:30 a.m. She was yelling to wake up. She says, and that O'Keefe had not come home. She was very, frantic. Niece says Reed asked her to use her phone to text O'Keefe. No response. Says Reed was on her phone, remained frantic. Says Reed asked for phone numbers, asked her to call Jen McCabe. She put the phone on speaker and handed it to Reed. Reed told McCabe O'Keefe had not come home. McLaughlin asked the niece if the niece heard Reed say anything else. There's a long pause before she says yes. The niece testifies and says the defendant was asking what could have happened, the niece says she said things like, could I have done something? Could he have gotten hit by a plow? McLaughlin asked her about previous testimony. She also testified at the first trial, then hands her a transcript to review. After looking through the transcript pages, the niece says Reed said several things like, it was like maybe I hit him. Says she heard that statement just once. Says Reed remained frantic. She said that she had dropped him off. McLaughlin begins to ask if Reed says anything about arguments. Defense attorney David Yannetti objects. Judge sustains. Then we have the niece says she had never seen Reed as frantic as she was that morning. She says Reed left for Jen McCabe's house about 20 to 30 minutes later, then returned with McCabe and Roberts. Describes McCabe as the mother of a childhood friend and her basketball coach. Says both McCabe and Roberts were friends with O'Keefe. Says she still has a relationship with McCabe today. After the three women arrived, the niece says McCabe came into her room to comfort her. Says McCabe was very level-headed and Reed was still very frantic. Says Reed did not try to comfort her. The niece says Reed returned later in the day with her father and brother. She met them before. They didn't stay very long. Says Reed told her and her grandfather that she felt like she was living in a nightmare. McLaughlin asked if Reed ever comforted her during this time. Yannetti objects. Judge tells the jurors to disregard. They have a sidebar. During the sidebar, the niece smiles and says something to the court reporter. She smiles over at her family. A court officer warns someone seated with the Reed family they are not allowed to eat in the courtroom. After the sidebar, the judge tells jurors they cannot consider the niece's statement about not being comforted by Reed. Like they're going to forget that. This is just silly. Yannetti begins his cross-examination. He is speaking in a much softer voice than he has used with other witnesses. Notes that the niece did not use to call Reed the defendant, but instead called her Karen. Niece agrees that Reed took her to get her nails done once a week. Holy shit, once a week? I don't remember if she stayed with me. Yannetti asks if Reed took her to doctor's appointments. She answers no. The niece says that Reed went to her sports games, went on a tour of a school with her, helped her with a couple of school projects, sometimes straightened her hair the night before school, planned a scavenger hunt for one of her birthdays. The niece says she and her brother sometimes stayed with Reed at her home in Mansfield. Yannetti asks about the Aruba trip and asks if the niece remembers getting ice cream with Reed. She doesn't. Repeats that O'Keefe fell asleep in her bedroom. Says she left, came back later, and found her uncle was gone. So, there you go. Seems like Karen was pretty good with the kids. I mean, for kids that aren't her kids, they're and potentially going to be her step adopted kids. I mean, well, somebody's lying. That's for sure. Jen went upstairs. Is that what Jen's phone data states? I don't know. Jen testifies that she went upstairs too to go, and she went in and talked to Kaylee. I think that the thing is that Carrie didn't actually go to Jen's. Not Carrie. I'm sorry. Karen didn't actually go to Jen's. She went and drove around. She went and looked at like a waterfall. Remember, she was driving around because she thought she left him at Waterfall. This is the whole thing that bothers me. Is she and it bothers me too that Karen is now saying she watched John go in the house. Like, you either dropped John off at the house and you remember dropping John off at the house and you saw him go inside, or you actually went and drove around the waterfall thinking he was at the waterfall. Like, you can't have that both ways. Did John adopt the kids? I don't know. I think so, but I don't know that for a fact. I just say that. I shouldn't say that because I don't know that for a fact, but I think he did. Or he was their guardian. Yes. That's what Jen says too. Jen says she went upstairs and comforted Kaylee. Jen testifies to that. I wish someone would take me to get my nails done once a week. No shit, right? One is now, T. The other one is in the moment. But, okay, so then you have to go back to the fact that now Kaylee's saying that she told her she dropped him off at the house. She dropped him off. So, it's just all these testimonies are so convoluted because they just couldn't stop fucking talking to each other and telling the kids what story to tell. I think she was still drunk and didn't remember fully. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's interesting that Kaylee testifies that she went to Jen McCabe's house because when she left, she wasn't on her way to Jen McCabe's house. She doesn't leave. She doesn't go to Jen McCabe. She doesn't decide to go to Jen McCabe's house until she's on the road talking to Jen McCabe. So she's driving around like the waterfall area looking for John. They still have the same last name, so maybe he didn't adopt him. He was their legal guardian. Yeah, because she got it all from Jen. 100%. All right. Anything else that we need to talk about? Anything else we need to go over? I think we've answered some of our own questions from earlier, at least. Any other thoughts, comments, anything we need to pull up and look at from before? Sleuthie, are you folding more laundry? Put away these winter clothes. Sleuthie's washing machine broke, so now she's doing all kinds of laundry. Okay, I just want to know if Jen's daughter was sitting there with all the teenagers while she testified. Oh, please see. Hi, Wicked Exile. Let me see. Let me go find your comment. Let me see if I can find it. Sorry, I couldn't see chat when I was reading those because I had it up on the same screen. Wicked Exile, I don't see your comment. Can you put it in again? Because I don't see it. Yeah, can you type it again? Because I don't see it in here. It might be up above where I can get to in the chat. Oh, hold on. Found it. Never mind. Why does the inside of the broken taillight show no signs of the weather? Like salt stains or watermarks, inside appears clean. Why didn't Alessi ask this? I think that's a great point. Like you see all the residue from the snow everywhere else. If it was broken, it would have all that snow residue on the inside. I think the problem with that is now going to be, and this might be why he doesn't actually ask it, is if you go with the theory that Proctor at 5:35 goes in and breaks the tail light and takes pieces, over to 34 Fairview when they go to dinner, right? Then you have to go with that all that snow that we see falling on the Sallyport video at 9:32 at night, it could possibly be falling into that cavity, you know what I mean, into that housing unit. So does that change the dynamic of it and make it an irrelevant thing to bring up? Don't know. But it does look much cleaner than the outside, so I agree with you. Tomorrow, well, it's up to Sleuthie. So if Sleuthie wants to do the 7 o'clock, I had it set for 7 today, but then as soon as I found out that Kaylee was taking the stand, I bumped it because I was like, that's silly. Like, we're just going to sit there and not have anything. So I bumped it back to the 8:30 time. So we can do early, but then Friday, Sleuthie won't be here in the morning. So we'll have to do late. So tomorrow, if you want to do early, you want to do 7, we can do 7. I'll set it up right now. Why no plastic on John and no John on plastic? So John's DNA is on plastic. Let me go back to it. The swab from the taillight is the 3-person mixture. The sample glass from the bumper is no DNA. Sample glass from the drinking glass, the stain. Let me see. Because I don't remember what piece it was on, and I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. But John's DNA, but it was not blood, as far as I remember. But now I have to go find that. It was just his DNA, if I remember right. Not from. I'll find it. Well, we can talk about it tomorrow. Hopefully we get some of these crime lab people on the stand tomorrow. I feel like that's where we should be going next. In the last trial, Hartnett testified, then the girl with the really short hair, and then the one who we watched today, whatever her name was. I can't remember these people's names now. Hold on, I'll tell you. So it was Hartnett, and then it was... Ashley, I think her name's Ashley. Ashley Valier, and then it was Christina Hanley, and then it was these DNA people. So if we go in that same order, kind of just to present it, it doesn't mean that all of them are going to testify, but that's kind of where we should be going next, because for chain of custody purposes, they have to collect the evidence, then send it off to the lab. So we should get somebody, even if he only throws in one, we should get a lab somebody. We should get somebody with DNA, and we should get somebody with reconstructing this taillight. That's where I'm at with it, but I don't know what Brennan's funky. I don't know what he's going to do. And then I don't know if they're going to end on Friday, because you still got Welcher, and then you've got the neurologist, and I think he's going to use them. I think Welcher is going to take a long time, specifically on Cross. So I don't know if it'll be done by Friday. I just, maybe Monday, maybe. It depends on who else he brings on. If he doesn't bring on any of the lab people, like that's fucking weird to me. We'll get the crash daddies on the when the defense takes over. You think they're going to go through the Lexus data? I was wondering if they're going to do that with the key cycles. It didn't bode very well in the last trial, and I see that Brennan is dropping all kinds of stuff that Lolly put in. So I don't know. I think we're definitely at the end of the state's case in chief, for sure. So who's Welcher? He's the gonna be the crash guy for what happened with the dog guy? Didn't they have the dog guy that was gonna come in? That they fought to get in, who's he's not even a like a bite expert. He was just like a trainer. And there was like a whole thing to get him in. What happened to him? So Welcher works for Aperture. He's the state's new reconstruction guy, taking over for Trooper Paul. Oh, he was only going to be for rebuttal. Yeah, he's a dog behavior. He's only going to be for rebuttal. Ooh, that makes sense. Okay, that's probably right. That makes sense. Okay, all right, I'm going to wrap it up. I'll set it up for 7 a.m. my time, which is 8 Mountain, 9 Central, 10 Eastern. And for those of you across the pond, you have to do your own math. Love you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. As always, I know that you guys have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time, and you still choose to spend your time with us. And don't name her Shakora now. All right. Love you guys. In the words of Sleuthie, because she's putting away laundry. Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.